I really want to express my gratitude to Mary and all the wonderful team in UFO Research New South Wales for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my experiences with you guys. So I have a really long presentation to go through and many things to show and to share with you. So I will just not waste any more time and get into it. So we will try to stick to this program. Let's say like 1 p.m. we will take our first break. And then we will continue. During the first part, we'll recreate the ancient history from the time of Lemuria, Atlantis. During the second part, I will actually recreate the more recent history covering the ancient Egyptian cultures, the pre-Columbian, and also the ancient Rama empire in a way that he has never done before. And then I will focus on the third part with the modern UFO phenomena and what is happening. So please have in mind that this is only information purposes only. Everything that will be presented on this presentation is my personal opinion and view of the universe that we are actually living. Quite often the modern man actually looks into the world around, and he or she starts to wonder, how things got into this stage. There are so many question marks which are happening around us, and we're really not sure what is this place that we call universe. The fundamental questions like who I am, where did I come from, what I'm doing here, and where I'm going, and equally important, where everything around me is going. It's all right. That's right.
The switch hasn't come off. You can use my mic there.
Okay. Thank you. So I've been into this journey for the last 30 years, and please allow me to share my vision of the big picture and the missing pieces of the puzzle. So in a sense, I will give you a gift from my soul, so to speak. So by now, definitely it's clear as a day that we are not the only civilization in the universe, and probably we are one of the trillions of civilizations that exist in the vastness of the universe. Comparing that we are not so long on the cosmic scale, many of those cultures being here in the universe for a long time, and they have surpassed all our technological means and knowledge. So for me, it actually began 38 years ago in the birth country, Macedonia, in Skopje, where there was a how should I put it, a direct contact with extraterrestrial beings. At the time, I was living with my mother and my brother, and my brother was into martial arts, and he used to train very close to the river, and from time to time he was taking me, and one evening next to the full moon there was an object that was illuminating very strong red, orange, and yellow pulses. It was like a burning plasma object, and I asked my brother how come there could be two moons, and when he didn't got any response, after a few seconds I just looked at him, and he was just staring into the object. The object was approaching very fast. In around 50 meters, he started to literally ignite, and just everything actually appeared like a white flash. I experienced a difficulty of breathing and a weightless. And the next thing, which I literally saw that as the whiteness started to disappear and things to clear up, I noticed some silhouettes that are looking at me, and you can just imagine the adrenaline rush when I was seeing that those beings are not human at all. They addressed into my original Macedonian language in my head through telepathy, and they said that not to be afraid, that they are not here to hurt me. They actually, we enter into the craft, and I was literally told that they need to do certain tests. Everything inside the UFO, if you will, was some kind of a dancing plastic, if you will. There was no hardware or computers or keyboards that we are used to. They were literally manipulating the entire matter inside the craft purely with their thoughts. Very similar like we are seeing in the virtual reality screens. And they said they need to do certain tests in order to be sure. I didn't know what exactly they were actually doing, but I know now they were searching for certain qualities, and because what we are actually referring as a DNA, there is also an immaterial part of the DNA that actually stores all the data from the previous incarnations and so on and so forth. So they wanted to see the entire pattern for at least 10, 15,000 years back and prior, what exactly I have done, how things got here. And they started to literally scan the entire physical body with certain lights. I didn't feel any pain. It was like more like a warmer and colder sensations. But then immediately the sensation stopped and it transferred to the right part of my head. They were actually installing an implant, something which I will talk about it. And it took from there, and the physical contact, the astral contacts, is changed the entire concept of my understanding of the universe. The implant that they have put inside the right hemisphere of my brain, if you will, they said that it's for protection from the others. I didn't know who the others are at the time, but I perfectly know now. And also the communication, the voices in my head, I was able to hear them a lot more clear, if you will, And through that implant, I was able to download a lot of data, if you will. So all the information, there's a lot of slides. It's over 1,500 slides. Some of the slides I will literally need to fly through, Some I will actually stay longer, just to explain. But I have prepared so many slides because my understanding is that the consciousness has a holographic nature. And once when I say something, and the person actually picks that information from their own point of understanding and experience. But when you apply a visual communication to slides, there is a direct communication and the message that was originally meant to transfer is transferred properly. So things that help me in learning about the hidden reality understanding of the so-called big picture is through remote viewing observation, the fifth system communication via holographic transmission, something which I'll explain in the third part, astral traveling observation and direct astral contact, physical contacts, and 30 years of studying various fields and aspects of life. Out of all, the astral traveling is something which I felt in love from a very early age, if you will. I have led a very nice diary, if you will, for the astral travels. Unfortunately, as soon as I stepped foot in Australia in 2009, the apartment that we were living at the time was broken. They didn't took any money. Unfortunately, they took the diaries and all the information that was actually given inside. During the astral traveling, I met the positive one, met the neutral ones, but also the negative ones. So I explained a lot of those in my books. The contact with the extraterrestrial intelligence changed me completely. It just expanded my views of the cosmos and existence itself, if you will. And the amount of download was just extreme. For example, if we have an external hard drive, let's say 1 terabyte, 1 terabyte is a hard drive that can store about 250 good quality movies. The amount of download which I downloaded in 2007 to 2008 mostly was over 5 terabytes. So there is a huge amount of data that I actually download regarding to the ancient history and similar stuff. So I will show you the amount of speed when this download appears. It's something similar to this. The capacity of the brain, because of the implant, has been increased, and the download, the connection. Some people actually, how many people of you guys have experienced certain visions or out-of-body experience or near-death experience? Oh, beautiful, there we go. So the connection that I was actually tuning to, it was like a fifth system. The first system is the one that we are now. When our eyes are open, our brains emit beta waves, but the pineal gland doesn't produce DMT in any way. But if we close our eyes and we are hooked to the EEG device, the EEG device will show alpha. And that's the first stage of the so-called second system. The third system, which acquires certain meditative procedures and techniques, actually is engaging the pineal gland to start to produce DMT biochemical compound in a natural way, and a vision comes. That's the first stage of the remote viewing, and there is further step that you can actually reach the fourth and the fifth stage, where you can definitely establish a contact with extraterrestrial intelligence, if you will. So the contacts literally appeared there, and it showed me the divine structure, the divine spark in myself, and I'm so grateful. I understood that we are conscious cosmic energy capable of experiencing life from many different perspectives, and it opened the doors of the universe. So recently I published 2 new books called, they are part of the Awakening series, The Awakening Life Force Energy and The Awakening Key to Extraterrestrial Messages. The first one deals with the entire training manual, how to tune into progressive meditation, remote viewing, astral traveling. It deals with chi energy, kundalini energy, my views of how the cosmos actually came to be and how it functions. The other one deals with the extraterrestrial activities on the solar system scale. I have decoded more than 250 crop designed direct from the contact, and but the main accent is the so-called flower of life, auric shield. So whoever wants to know more, you can visit on my website, puretranquilitypublishing.com. So our current situation, I will not take too long, but let's say for every person who is awakening, he or she actually sits in the dark, sometimes looking at the stars, starts to wonder how things actually got into this stage. And when we see the people that are still in the matrix or trapped in the matrix in so many ways, we understand that there is a limited awareness and only 5 sense input. Amnesia, confusion and ignorance is probably the accents of the modern society. We are conditioned from the day we are born. We go to schools. They are teaching us, they are conditioned what's normal in society, what to believe, what not to believe. We graduate, we have to follow certain protocols and procedure in order to get the good careers and so on and so forth. And we identified with our physical bodies so much that we literally disregard everything which is from the astral nature or spiritual nature at all. And we not even understand what we truly are, but we don't even understand our home. So the surface of the planet is approximately 71% of water, containing 5 oceans, and we know very little about what exactly is happening. And the place that we are living is not too big. We are with a diameter of 12,756 meters, you know, and there is underground oceans, so which we actually don't see, which the UFOs are using in abundance, and the entire structure of the inner Earth is not correct to the best of my experience. The inner core and the outer core doesn't exist because it's hollow. And when we see everything that we see around us, especially in space, probably we think that they are comets, but they are not comets. There are so many different varieties of objects that are traveling, you know, through the sun gates in our solar system. Something which I would definitely extent on the part 3. And many people are just blindly follow the crowd, if you will, and we have reached space again, but the problem is we really are not sure what took place like 30,000-40,000 years ago, you know, and how the extraterrestrials were involved in those ancient events, if you will, you know. But despite the fact we are seeing nowadays that we are not alone. We have so many different cultures, you know, that are using. This is, for example, Mariana Trench, which is officially the ocean's deepest point, and we can see what the mainstream science refers to as just the bubble of air is actually objects which are coming in or out or flying informations, and there are objects that are going directly into the volcanic openings because, as I mentioned, the mantle and also the crust, there are so many different cavities, and it all goes directly towards the inner Earth, if you will. So most people do not see their beliefs. Instead, their beliefs tell them what to see. This is the simple difference between the clarity and the confusion, in my personal opinion. And in order to move from that perspective, we need to understand that the reality is not just bioelectrical impulses that we are actually receiving in our brain. It's all about consciousnness. And my entire life, I tried my best to tune into the conditions where I was able to tune into the cosmic consciousness, if you will. And astral traveling was the one tool that really brought a huge perspective. So in my perspective, we are immaterial, intelligent, living forms attached to biological hosts that we call physical bodies. And most of us are trapped in thousands of years long reincarnation cycle from the time of Atlantis, moving from one biological body to another without any recollection of the past incarnation. And in other words, unfortunately, our solar system has been controlled by the forces of extraterrestrial origin. And from the times of the ancients, if you will, you know, those the circle of life are fully controlled. I will explain. So with limited awareness, disconnected psionic potential and only 5 sense input, living in artificially maintained complex prison matrix with no visible bars, deceived and exposed to all kinds of subtle manipulation, experiencing constant suffering in various forms and shapes, we have reached a critical point in history. We need to act now before it's too late for our generation and for the future generations to come. If we maintain the present course, if we don't change the current model of social lifestyle, our current false perception and beliefs, political delusions, intolerance, and artificially created conflicts and wars, the time ahead does not look too bright. Things that we cannot longer ignore and we have to address. we became so disrespectful towards each other, towards all other species around us, and we selfishly abuse all planetary resources, and that's for sure. You can see the evidence all around us, and the level of the ignorance around us is just too much. The military is spending huge amount of funding for their artificially created conflicts. And every year in the world spends 1.7 trillion on weapons, and there is so much poverty which is happening, and this needs to stop. If we are able to evolve and go to other planets and see what the humans are doing nowadays, we would definitely have no good opinion for most of them. And even was Albert Einstein saying that war cannot be humanized, it can only be abolished. And even John Kennedy said mankind must put end to war, or war will put an end to mankind. So latest statistic points towards conclusion that there could be over 8.7 million species on planet Earth, and about 2 million species are animal in nature, if you will. We abuse most of the resources in the planet and the animals without no compassion. Over 58 billion farmed animals are killed every year by humans. That's a lot just to satisfy our greed, and we can actually function. I've been vegetarian and vegan for more than 10 years, and I can function perfectly fine. All those creatures are sentient, if you will. They can experience love and pain. They are intelligent, pretty much the same. They can solve problems. If they can think, there is a consciousness. If there is a consciousness, there is a soul. And pretty much they can experience the loss of the loved ones the same that we do, and they are lost pretty much the same. The whole ignorance, if you will, came from the ancient Egyptian culture, as I will soon explain, and the way how they actually treat the other species, if you will, even themselves, And there is so much things that are going on, especially Melanie Joy expressed a good point about the carnism. And there is a cognitive dissonance who is actually breaking everything, and they're putting us they're creating us like a robots. And good old Morgan Freeman, he said that television is the monster in our home. It is called a program for a reason. Our television is nothing more than an electronic mind-altering device. It has been designed to psychologically change the ways we view reality, if you will, They tell us what to wear, what to eat, what to think, what to love, what to fear, And there's so much population, and what you can expect when a single child, who doesn't know any better, and the television is the only input, And the programming which is happening is not good. While in reality, we have a phenomena around us which cannot be easily explained. Intelligence which controls most of it, plasma, the fourth state of matter, if you will. It has the anti-gravity, everything. And we have a shadow government in parallel who is studying all this how should I put it, phenomena on a different way. And the global slavery through money, unfortunately, doesn't allow much of a research. So pretty much what the modern society has come to this point, they're turning us into modern slaves, robots, and the military and the police are shielding them, the rich population of 1% of humanity who is actually behind everything. So in my perspective, if we want the truth, or at least something closer to the truth, we have to stop relying on the input we are getting from the news on the TV. We have to research the internet and seek, at least until it's free, and seek every side of the argument before making our own mind. So it's a sense of taking the red pill and the blue pill. On the other side, if we awake, open our hearts, and become aware of our true spiritual potential, we can change things around and free ourselves from the alien deception and suppression, and transform the current prison planet into a true heaven that once was during the time of Lemuria. So those people are changing. They're going into consciousness. They start to feel. They change others. That's how we grow. They understand. They can see that there is a consciousness in animals, in birds, in everything around us. And they start to separate from the old element, and they start to research. The powers that be at the moment, they're relying that our five senses limitations are giving most of the people the impression that they're all separated and alone, while the true reality is that we are all connected and that we are all one. So pretty much those people are trapped into, so from the time of the Atlantis, if you will, unfortunately manipulation goes very deep, it's very subtle, for a normal human understanding, it doesn't look like it because, we are trapped in the circle, so just taking a physical body and then going to the astral sphere and back, experiencing birth, childhood, then marriage eventually, and and eventually it passes away, but they control the souls, if you will. So during my astral travels, I have seen so many stuff which are happening around the world, you know, how they are utilizing the plasma for control and for similar stuff. And many times the thoughts that we are having, like a jealousy, like a sudden anger and similar stuff, are not our thoughts at all. You know, they're just implemented from the outside source that we don't really understand. And inside the volcanoes, especially, the live cameras are actually watching so many different plasma forms which are controlled, and especially in the third part, I will talk and cover that. So when we go to the zoo and we see all the animals, we laugh, you know, we play around them, we think that we are in control. We have to understand that the planet Earth has become a huge zoo, if you will, by few species that are actually abusing the human species in so many ways. So how did we get into this mess in the first place? So for me, as I mentioned, it was a long journey, 30 years, and communications and contact, you know, and there's so many things that I tried to understand, and without the extraterrestrials, I was not able to do it. So naturally, we make a conclusions based on the assumption that Asian civilizations were more primitive than us, but nothing can be actually further than the truth. The generally accepted geological record is wrong on purpose, and its guiding principles for dating rock layer and fossil finds are deliberately misdated. In other words, all of human archaeological record is wrong, and we are missing huge swaths of Asian antiquity based on the academia's chosen approach that sophisticated human societies only began a few thousand years ago. Unsurprisingly, many folks have a wasted interest in suppressing the finds that prove otherwise, and so on and so forth. So let's talk about forgotten ancient history and Lemuria, the oldest civilization on Earth, extraterrestrial colonization of the solar system. When we see the world today, we cannot see much of a traces. We have a pyramids and other stuff which are remaining, but definitely we cannot see. So we will have to go back in time. As much as I was able to be informed, there were galactic engineers which modified the planet and atmosphere, temperature, surface topography, ecology, and everything, and they were actually terraforming planets and systems all around. And usually those civilizations come, and they actually, from the relatively deadly planet, they create conditions for life. And in many cases, we can see that they are creating stargates, programs, a process where the UFOs or the civilizations are utilizing the stars in order to travel from one point of the universe to another. And that's pretty much the same what we are actually seeing nowadays. So just to give you a comparison where we truly are and how things are actually happening before I start to do about the Asian civilization, the Milky Way stellar disk is around 100,000 light years, or 30 kiloparsecs. 1 light year is the distance light travels in 1 year, so it would take the light 3.26 years to travel 1 parsec. 1 kiloparsec equals 100 parsecs, but interesting, 1 megaparsec equals 1,000 kiloparsecs. So this line here is exactly where the Milky Way galaxy actually can fit. So as you can see, we are nowhere near our supercluster Laniakea. We are nowhere near the sheet of the galaxies. We are nowhere near the center of the universe, if you will. So the colonists actually came a long time ago, around 50,000 years ago, as far as I was informed. They terraformed the planet. They established their bases, and at the time, there was not much water. They actually brought the H2O, if you will, and at that point, there was so much land mass altogether. And it flourished for many, many thousand years. Everything that we are seeing today in technology, like nanotechnology, like anti-gravity and similar stuff, they actually were utilizing. They actually bonded the technological and the spiritual part of existence. They were very, very advanced. Around 25,000 years, as far as I was informed, our solar system was definitely one of the cosmic scale places, if you will, where there was a huge exchange of things and knowledge and technologies way beyond that we can even understand. When we see the globe today, we can see that the ancient Lemurians, the ones that we are seeing now on the screens are the descendants from the ancient Lemurians. They have a different approach, different genetics in so many ways. So when I start to research this further, according to what they said, I found that there is like a Buddhistic Asian temples in all those areas in the world, even in Iran to some point, Turkestan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, you know, Mongolia. So they were spread pretty much everywhere, and their culture was completely different. And the capital of this city was Shambhala, if you will, that looked something similar to this. It was highly technological center and highly spiritual center. Unfortunately, today it's just a desert Kobe, if you will, before something that occurred like 12,000 years ago, with something that I will actually explain shortly. According to the visions that I downloaded and I saw, you know, the entire continent of Lemuria looked partly like this, with certain like water areas, and the other part were also areas that are connected with bridges and similar stuff. For example, the Easter Island, if you will, is just in the middle of the nowhere nowadays, but in those days it was interconnected with bridges. The Rapa Nui, or the Easter Islet, we can see that there were so many different varieties of things that are happening. In those days, there were giants. There were actually beings that were growing very huge, large, a tall size with the long ears, and there was a war between the long ears and the short ears, if you will, you know. And there are so many things. So nowadays, all of the Eastern Island volcanoes, both the main ones and the secondary ones, are dormant, but those are not volcanoes. That's where the plasma weapons literally were released, if you will. So pretty much what I was seeing are bridges that were interconnected, and this bridge where the Easter Island is, it goes directly where the Nazca Lions are in Peru. It's quite astonishing stuff, and there's so many creatures that were there, and the entire civilization was very highly advanced, something which I will actually cover in the second part. Around 15,000 years ago, there was a fraction of Lemuria that spread apart, and the so-called Atlantis was formed. Atlantis was highly industrialized, if you will, you know, and but unfortunately, some of the extraterrestrials that were coming, they started to plant certain ideas into that cultures, you know, that they have the right to rule above all other human species, and Atlantis actually got aboard with that idea, and that's how all the conflicts actually began. And the solar system was quite different in those days. There was another planet that was orbiting between Mars and Jupiter, and also Mars was highly populated. And probably we all remember this phase that was actually documented and filmed in 1976. There was a huge controversy with this, but definitely it's all populated. So Atlantis, the kingdom and the capital city. So many things, people search for Atlantis somewhere in the deep ocean of the Atlantic, you know, but in reality, the capital of Atlantis is not in sea nowadays. So in a single day and night of misfortune, the island of Atlantis disappeared into the depths of sea. That's Plato, and actually he wrote this 360 BC. So Plato's description of Atlantis matched to a very high degree with the rich Richat structure of the so-called Eye of Sahara, located in the remote region of northwest Africa in the country of Mauritania. The similarities are so numerous and so precise that it is obvious that the information given by the ancient Egyptians and written by Plato are actually describing the actual Atlantis. So the information originates from the ancient Egyptians, that's for sure. The Greek lawmaker and the poet Solon recorded this information while visiting Egypt some around 2,600 years ago. He was told that the event that led towards the destruction of Atlantis occurred around 9,000 years earlier. Considering the fact that Solon was visiting Egypt around 2,600 years ago plus 9,000, that leaves us with the estimate time frame of 11,600 years ago. And he actually given the information through 6 generations. This information actually passed to Plato, who he actually published in Critias and Timaeus dialogues around 2,400 years ago. It's quite amazing stuff. So he stated that the king of the capital Atlantis was named Atlas. Atlas was the firstborn son of Poseidon and Cleito, and appointed to be a king over his brothers, who in turn ruled over 10 provinces of Atlantis. So there was a group of people referred as the Maori people. In the modern times, they are referred as the Berber people, which inhabit the region of Northwest Africa, a region that was once referred as Maori, are now known as Maghreb. So that area with the blue is actually the Maghreb area. and this is Mauritania. The name of the Mauritania comes from the Maori people. Interestingly, the first king of Maori people was also called Atlas. What a coincidence. So Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian who lived around 2,500 years ago, is also known in the world as the father of history. He was the first historian to collect the material systematically, and definitely they all confirmed. They actually created a map where we can see here, they are showing the Atlantis. And it's quite amazing because on the map that Herodotus made, it's also noticeable the detail about the mountain range south of Gibraltar, today known as Atlant Mountains, which is also happens to be home of the ancient Berber people. The mountain's range was named after the first king, Mauritania Atlas, as already mentioned. And as the huge tsunami actually went through, it literally flooded everything, if you will. So here are some facts about the mysterious Eye of Sahara, which we cannot easily disregard, if you will. Plato mentioned that there were alternative zones of sea and land, larger and smaller, encircling one another. There were 2 of land and 3 of water, which were turned as if with a ledge, each having its circumference equivalent every way from the center. So the Eye of Sahara is made of concentric circles, just as Plato had stated. It consists of precise amount of rings, 3 of water and 2 of land, and this is what is left. In his note, he said that the circular island of Atlantis was actually 127 stadia. 1 stadia equals 67 feet, and 127 times 67 equals 77.089 feet. When you equal that to kilometers, it's 23.4 kilometers. And when we see the diameter of the Eye of the Sahara is pretty much matching the same description. So the opening at the south in his notes also matches the Plato description where the Atlantis was connected to the sea. Here we can see this is where the actually water was connected. The country immediately surrounding Atlantis was a level plain. It was surrounded by mountains which descended towards the sea. This part of the island looked towards the south and was sheltered from the north. Exactly what he described. They are the mountains to the north. So the Eye of Sahara is surrounded by a plain sheltered by mountain towards north and opens towards the south, just as Plato described. So there is evidence of water also. So the mountains to the north and contains rivers, and so all those evidence is what is actually happening. And according to his notes, this is the entire island where the Atlantis was present. Pretty much when we see the satellite images today, we can see the same shape as described. So we have to understand that in those days, Sahara was a huge populated area with many seas and a large vegetation. So we cannot find Atlantis because it's not there. In the past, as far as I was shown, the continents were together. When certain anomaly happened, which I will soon explain, they split. That's why we are searching desperately for Atlantis and we cannot find it because I will shortly explain. When the time of colonization happened and everything started to go well, they colonized pretty much everything. And the extraterrestrial, as I mentioned, they started to plant the ideas that they have the right to rule all over other creatures in the system, and that eventually led to a huge conflict of high technological weapons utilized. And the culmination of this conflict actually appeared, I totally agree with Plato's views, 11,600 years ago. The casualties were huge, and the Atlantis people were using the dark forces of the flower of life. You know, they were using the nanotechnology, they were using weapons and so many other stuff that we are actually seeing nowadays. And there were craters that we can see on many places around the world, which are actually giving us some of the marks where all those ancient conflicts appear. So the interplanetary conflict for dominance in the solar system that occurred 11,600 years ago was fought on different levels. It occurred between the various technologically advanced ancient domestic humanoid parties and various type 2 class extraterrestrial parties. The ancient humanoid parties fought between each other using technological and mental weapons we still do not have today, not realizing that it was all engineered by a very clever, deceiving, and dark advanced type 3 class extraterrestrial civilization. This invading civilization had different plans for the future of the solar system, and to achieve its goals, the interplanetary war was implemented. They were watching as the humans were slaughtering themselves. So the planet that once existed between Mars and Jupiter was highly populated with very high intelligence. Unfortunately, from the visions that I was actually received from the extraterrestrial sources, with a single weapon Type 3 destroyed this planet. There was a terrible blast. The explosion was so powerful that for a short time interval, it disrupted the natural gravitational pull of the sun. And this is what we are seeing today. The same records are showing in the dust found in the ice cores. So it's quite amazing. And large chunks of this planet literally hit the solar system, especially Mars. So the huge scar on the Mars, as far as I was shown, was done by one of those chunks. So after the war, since the planet that was destroyed was orbiting around 2.8 astronomical units from the sun, the Earth experienced a short absence of gravity from the sun. It broke loose and it flipped over. In other words, despite the fact that the scientific community is saying something differently, the extraterrestrials are saying that the Earth actually experienced a geological pole shift. There are so many legends from the ancient people that they are saying that the Earth and the sky actually changed places, or it flipped over and the oceans flipped over. So the water in the oceans flipped over, which resulted with over a few kilometers tsunamis with a force to destroy everything on their path. Due to gravitational imbalance, the planet became chaotic. In other words, a huge water waves literally ran through and destroyed pretty much everything that was on its path. The Unigoni Monument is definitely one of the most famous submerged places, which are showing the same time reference around 12,000 years ago when this actually event, the time actually referring, had happened. And unbalanced planetary forces caused the continental plates on either side of the planet to experience extreme pressure. They were torn apart and created gaps on the Earth's crust. In other words, they created this. The only powerful earthquake which Plato said in his notes, he said that Atlantis, the reason for the Atlantis destruction was a powerful earthquake. The only powerful earthquake enough to destroy civilization of such magnitude was the crack that appeared. Once when it appeared, the submarine mid-Atlantic ridge was formed around 11,600 years ago during the planetary cataclysmic pole shift, not as the mainstream science or archaeology are trying to convince us. As this progression occurred, I don't want to bother you with details, but definitely don't think about the Earth crust as a solid object. It actually flows on the flows of lava. It can just go either way in the middle of the second. So the entire interior of planet Earth, as I mentioned, is hollow. It has huge cavities and bases, and there are so many objects which are happening. And that this is not exaggeration. What I'm trying to say, for example, in 1958, there was a tsunami that actually was around 524 meters high. And actually it wiped. And the tsunami in 2011, if you will, it was only 40 meters high, and you can see the damage that actually did. It has, unfortunately, it brought around 16,000 deaths almost, and a huge destruction. The earthquakes in tsunami shut down 5 nuclear reactors in Fukushima, and which actually produced a lot of trouble. But quite interestingly, like in the ancient times, the UFOs have deployed their technology and they were sucking the radiation. Otherwise, we would actually not be where we are today, neither the fish around Japan and the area, if you will. So imagine what 40 meters in Japan can do. So pretty much this is before, and on the picture on the right is after the tsunami. So we are talking about 40 meters. Imagine what 3,000 meters tsunami can do. So it can actually swallow pretty much everything. So the tectonic disturbance resulted with the epic earthquake, which further put the water balance in the oceans out of order, and a whole hell break loose, if you will. We can see this by the evidence today. For example, in Namibia, we can see the geologic faults in the lower Ugab Valley. It's just amazing. A huge streets completely displaced. The mainstream science doesn't have any explanation about all this happening. So for Atlantis, it was all over in less of a day, as far as I was informed. You know, a huge culture that was so magnificent, so great. It was literally what survived from the Great Flood, from the land of Atlantis, became occupied by the Type 2 ETs, and they become the new rulers. And everything was literally swollen. The water. Some of the Atlanteans evacuated, if you will. They neutralized the gravity. So after the nuclear war, using technologies that are beyond understanding and our current technological reach, ETs cleared the most of the debris and radiation, similar like in Fukushima. So they deployed their crafts in deep ocean, you know, just to suck the deadly radiation. So what evidence can be actually used to back up this approach? So for example, the Bimini Road, so-called, you know, it's quite interesting because it also shows us, you know, that there were structures there in the ancient past. So the Bermuda Triangle and the Dragon Triangle on the other side, they are literally places of a huge disappearances, UFO appearances and similar stuff, you know. There are so many different things that are happening because some of the equipment that was active in those days are still active. In 2000, July 2000, the Caribbean Sea of the coast of Cuba, here is the marine explorers actually probing the ocean floor, discovered something completely unexpected deep below the surface. A video evidence taken from the unmanned submarine, some submersible robot at the depth of around 700 meters, guys, revealed 3.1 square kilometers expanse of ancient stone structures of a vast underwater city, complete with roads, building pyramids, and it became known as the lost city of Cuba. They were quite astonished when they were seeing all this on the screens, and we can see how deep actually this was. As I mentioned, it's 700 meters deep. It's quite amazing. In 2013, again, we have found another big pyramid. So the Olmecs are the ones that were first existing around before 12,000 years ago, and they were huge giants, and their culture was just magnificent, you know. So they were part, as far as I know, part of this place that was submerged that they just show. There is so many things that we can see. Even Google Earth have difficulty to show us. So the satellite imagery, we can see exactly where the water was. There are there are like a fish fossils and similar stuff that are found in many of those regions, you know, so obviously the ancient past was completely different. So to the best of my knowledge, this is the area of the influence of the Atlantis. So it's showing us exactly where the tsunami went. So if we go back 12,000 years ago and the land in today Mauritania was about 300 meters lower, the entire area around the Eye of Africa would be underwater. In other words, it would be the island that we call today Atlantic. And the countries that border Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Libya, Tunisia, and Western Sahara pretty much having the same. Probably most of you have heard about the Dogon tribe. You know, the Dogon are the ethnic group living in the Central Plateau region of Mali in West Africa, and they are famous because they knew exactly about the location of the Sirius star system before we were able to physically acknowledge it with our telescopes and similar stuff. And because Sirius A is so bright that outshines the Sirius B. And from Congo, pretty much far away from Mali, we are seeing the same reptilian humanoids that were existing at the time, if you will. So there is also connection. So obviously this earthquake and the entire global flood, if you will, were not the only reasons why those Asian civilizations, you know, have been damaged to a high degree. They survived to some point, but still to around 4,000 years ago. But still, there were so many different weapons that they were utilized, from nuclear weapons to plasma, thermal plasma, non-thermal plasma energies, and similar stuff. So the craters that we are seeing here, we could definitely see those marks, you know, where the land was, and you can see there's absolutely no traces of no meteorites, no asteroids. It's just the blast, and they were utilizing a huge spherical objects they were weaponizing this because there was like a plasma field that they were discharging, as far as I was able to see. And in some places we can even find a very strange and mysterious glass, you know, which happens quite often when you do a nuclear test nowadays. So even the swings is showing that there is erosion and the entire stuff. We have to understand also that in present time, the area here, it's 2,629 meters above the sea level. However, here, it's 133 meters below the sea level, so it's kind of tilted, if you will, nowadays. So pretty much we can see that the impact from all those stuff is quite visible, and most of the pyramids which were along this line, if you will, survive to some degree, and they're actually in many cases they are called unfinished pyramids, but they are not unfinished, they are damaged, because of what happened. Another interesting information is that 6.5 km off the coast of Alexandria they found a sunken city, which definitely is showing that the land and the sea were different in those ancient times, if you will, So when we see Black Desert, let's say, or Hogar in Algeria, or the Valley of the Whales, by the way, the whales and all the stuff, they can tell us stories that those are millions of years, old fossils. But they can find fossils that are from millions of years, but they can find absolutely anything from 4,000, 5,000, or 10,000 years ago. It doesn't make any sense because the Smithsonian Institute is doing the major cover-up for the giants in the ancient human history and all the rest which is happening. So it's quite amazing, which is what we can actually see, nowadays. Many of those structures are completely, buried from mud, from those ancient times. So. Unfortunately, as we can see here, the Egyptians are not in control. There were other beings that they're actually giving the gifts, to them, that they give them the technology and similar stuff. So, in other ways, from one point of view, some, like in the Asian Rama Empire, as I will soon explain, there was a accessible technology, but on the other hand, they were utilizing very simple tools, for traveling, But as far as I was informed, the artificial space station was brought around those days, that time, which actually controls something which is silently exists, and all the alien implants, if you will, are from all the alien abductees, if you will, are hooked into one system. That system exists, believe it or not, that computer exists on moon, and it's not anything like we actually imagine that computer is. The technology is just out of, and it's obviously that the moon is holographically influenced, and there are objects which are coming out and in, and there are so many different facts that we can actually see. The entire surface of the moon has a abundance of elements and minerals which they're mining and they're utilizing for their technologies, if you will, So pretty much it was very, very bad. And for the descendants of the Lemuria, which were separate from Atlantis, the major problem that was caused was from India, because the India in the ancient times, let me just show you one thing. In those days, before the great earthquake, if you will, Antarctica, India, and Australia were all together, But after the separation, after the huge earthquake, India actually separated from Africa and actually went straight. And those are few interesting pictures from STS missions, as you can see, and it literally crushed the plate here and created the Himalayas, and that disturbance literally caused so many, because in Tibet plateau there is like 787 lakes that doesn't appear naturally, and many of those lakes are salt lakes, and it's quite amazing piece of evidence. And obviously the Lemurians didn't went down without a fight. There was a huge conflict here, and they have technologies, but unfortunately the alien races were appearing and coming in huge number, and eventually it destroyed pretty much everything, which ended with a global flood. There are so many different legends and stories that the entire Potala in Lhasa is connected with underground tunnels which lead towards the Agartha, which it's the underground kingdom, if you will, where the technology is still kept from those days. The Admiral Byrd was speaking about the civilization in the polar openings, and there are so many different stuff, and we can see objects just disappearing in the volcanic openings, and And there's so many different stuff, and the Asians were polarized. Some are exercising kindness, some are exercising violence, if you will, and I will address those things, especially the Egyptian ones. The extraterrestrials that I got in contact with, they didn't have any high opinion about the Asian Egyptian culture. Unfortunately, they said that they were not worthy for the technology and the knowledge they actually had. On the other hand, the Rama civilization, that's probably the solution where our human consciousness is going, you know. And to summarize this part, after the major planetary conflict around 11,600 years ago that resulted with unimaginable devastation and great flood, it took some time for Earth's living environment to recover and for the deadly radiation, toxic dust, and debris to clear up. The cultures that survived the devastation rebuilt a new world based on the principles of the old one. Different cultures continues to exist for another 7,600 years ago. Observed and influenced by a heavy presence of controlling kitty cultures in the solar system that had only one agenda: full control exploitation of planet Earth, its resources, and its all biological living forms, another planetary conflict appeared that wiped out the entire Asian world. So this section here is actually about the planet Earth after the Great Flood, so between 11,600 and 4,000 years ago. So after the major earthquake and the Great Flood, which actually destroyed Atlantis and most of the Lemuria and everything else that was on the surface, the cultures rebuilt it. It was not the same as before, but again, the life went on. Elements like Aboriginal art and similar stuff are actually showing us, for example, this is from India and it's dated to 10,000 years ago, which is showing creatures that were arriving. And quite interesting when you see this flying vehicle here, is pretty much the same as the Egyptians were actually describing. And there are so many different artifacts which are showing the pyramids and the eye that they are observed by the extraterrestrial intelligence, if you will. And we can find huge evidence, you know, by the pillars, you know, completely crushed into the ground, you know, huge spherical stones, found everywhere in the world, especially in Costa Rica, something that we shall explain. And just for a comparison purposes, you know, this is what we need just to lift this stone of this weight, you know, and usually this is what happens. And just imagine, you know, how much technology and how much stuff would take, you know, to lift something like this. Doesn't make any sense, you know. And I always laugh on this, you know. Of course, it's still complete mystery as how the Asians ever managed to move these massive stones, you know. And it's quite obviously they're not just moved, but they are precisely put. You know, there is an intelligent design, intelligent structure. If, for example, look at this, the Asian Merv city in Turkmenistan, the so-called gate to Central Asia, and it's quite amazing. And this is from Brazil, and we can see the you know, the precision that was applied doesn't absolutely resemble any primitivism or whatever, you know, the way that they have actually using the metallurgy. So when we see the pyramids nowadays and the so-called modern world, we actually don't see the primitivism in the Asian world. The Asians definitely knew what they were doing. So we are the ones that we are actually lost at this point, you know. So the only original monument left of the so-called original seven wonders of the world, the Great Pyramid of Giza, was created with impeccable mathematical precision as a unique, mysterious and constructions of engineering. It's just quite amazing. So this is very important because if we go through this material, you will understand the final part of this presentation. So the ancient Rama culture, or the ancient Rama empire, if you will, those are all Buddhistic, you know, remains that we are seeing, ancient temples, everything else that is around us, which were very, very positively oriented, if you will. They were exercising kindness. They understood, you know, the connection to the universe, you know, how to exist in a far more quality way, if you will. The atmosphere in those days was a lot bigger. Why is that relevant at all? Because the bigger the atmosphere is, more prana actually flows inside the atmosphere. As more prana flows into the atmosphere, there is a more DNA abundance, if you will, and they were utilizing this chi force to a high degree. So this is very, very rare image that I came across over the years, which is showing on a Khmer language, you know, that they are connected to this device, which is actually accumulating energy, if you will. So their genetics was completely different. They had a long ears, their hair was different, and in some areas when the Kundalini was active, there was like a pine cone or a spike, if you will, going up. And in fact, they were utilizing that spike, you know, to connect with each other and also to charge with energy. As far as I was explained by the ETs, all those sitting platforms were connected with pagodas. Those pagodas were serving like some form of Tesla generators. They were using the energy directly, which are hooked to the meditative sitting places. As you can see here, the female energy, they were standing there. They were actually charging on different polarity of energy. And what we have today as a fontanelle is actually some genetic resemblance of what the Asians actually were doing in those ancient times. You know, this is from Gobi Desert. And we can see that the genetic structure of the biological life was completely different. There were beings that were half human, half fish, you know, half animal, half human, 4 arms, and so on and so forth. They usually refer them as a mythology, as a gods, but they are not gods. They were living creatures. Just the DNA was quite different. And there is a high reference in Vedic literature and Upanishads about the so-called Nagas, you know, mysterious creatures that came from Agartha, and actually they had a high technological knowledge and understanding. And what we are seeing is the genetic resemblance nowadays. We can actually see from what was remained beings with a couple of heads, you know, with arms, and quite different, you know, beings that are able to levitate physically, you know, utilize powers that we are still, you know, exploring, if you will. So I will just use, because I'm limited with time, just 3 parts or 3 places which can actually explain the way they have lived. So let's say start with Borobudur in Java in Indonesia. It's a quite amazing structure, if you will, you know. The monument consists of 9 stacked platforms, 6 square and 3 circular, topped by a central dome. It is decorated with 2,672 relief panels and 504 Asian drama statues. The central dome is surrounded by 70 statues of Asian drama citizens, and each seated inside a perforated bell stupa. It's just amazing. After thousands of years buried in the ground, in 1815, Borobudur was rediscovered by British Governor Thomas Raffles. So the official story, actually, when you ask the archaeologists, they don't really know where this monument or device, which is a device, actually was built. But it's the official story that was around 8th century during the Salandra dynasty, but that's not true. It's a lot more older. So when we see another things that it actually exists, you know, very similar to other Asian temples, but where the Asian war described in Mahabharata is showing also where it was targeted, if you will. So not to bother you too much, the first actual restoration of the Borobudur was started by Theodor van Erp between 1907 and 1911, and it was in really bad shape, you know, when it was discovered. But then in 10 years' time, between 73 and 83, by combined forces of Indonesian government and UNESCO, it was completely restored. So why I'm actually showing you this at the first place? It is a device. The huge energy flows at the ancient times, as they were going here, they were accumulated by this huge antenna. Then it was literally directed, and through cymatic sound, that's why they have those bells, you know, they were using mantrika, the mantra yoga, if you will. The energy literally flowed directly into the sitting platforms, where they were able to utilize the energy, if you will. That's why its geometry is designed in such a way, if you will. You know, that's why we can see the bells and the similar stuff, and those are the sitting platforms. Probably not much of this will make sense at this point, but with the third part, it will start to make a perfect sense why I'm showing you this. So you can see those free chi energy flows. They were charging on them because the device was huge. They perfectly understood how each mudra, each position of the physical body, what kind of changes produces inside the consciousness. They understood how to breathe, how to hold their breath, what to focus, what not to focus. They were completely very, very advanced, if you will. And one of the ways that they resisted the extraterrestrials is by using the fundamental force of the universe, which means no evil was able to harm them until the point of 4,000 years ago. They knew about the chakra system, they knew about all the energy, all the rest of the stuff. So we can see here that all those meditative places, once they were hooked together, when the device was active, or they were able to tune into meditative oneness. They were able to do group astral traveling, which I will soon explain. There was a device here also, but it doesn't actually show on the image. So another thing which I wanted to show you is that on certain areas you can see the spike is missing, and on the other areas you can see the spike is still visible. Depending on the device, certain device they were not actually, though that spike was not needed at all, and I will soon explain. So when they were using the pagodas as a Tesla generators, if you will, they had those when they were using a different elements, like here, you know, like a small device, you know, above the head. They were not needed. But nevertheless, in one of the Indian ancient temples, they are showing something similar, like Plato was describing Atlantis. So knowledge removes the darkness of ignorance and does help even most ignorant men to become knowledgeable. That's from Samveda. So this symbol here, as you can see, like a dragon, it was symbol for the life force energy, if you will. It can be found everywhere in the Asian Rama Empire, if you will. It's quite amazing, and there are reference about that life force energy, and very similar, like Egyptians were using obelisks. They used very similar stuff, and in Mehrauli in Delhi there is an Asian iron pillar which is quite amazing. It doesn't rust, and it's quite interesting how the Asians were able to find the right composition, you know, the right ingredients, how much iron, phosphorus, carbon, silicon, nitrogen, and copper to put in order to preserve this from absolutely any rusting. You know, it's just amazing what they were able to do. And today, as we can see, there is a huge evidence of what I'm saying, you know, and the Asian Khmer's writing are saying about the different states of consciousness or awareness, if you will, and how they were able to tune into meditative oneness, and they were able to, for example, this is a good stuff, because this is in Kulagumai in India. What we are seeing here, people are able to tune into meditative oneness and do group astral traveling, because not just one person, let's say, does, let's say, out of body experience or astral traveling or similar stuff, but those Asian people were able to, through the devices above the top of the head, they were able to tune their consciousness into oneness. They were able to perform astral traveling, not just from one planet to another in the solar system or beyond, but through all 7 planes of existence. It's quite amazing what they were doing to expand their consciousness. And all those powers that we are seeing, you know, by the people like Nina Kulagina and other individuals, you know, they were utilizing the same forces, you know, something that we really need to understand, and the future generations will definitely bring more of this as we go. So entire my life I tried to understand what those people were definitely Asian people were doing at the time, you know. The Angkor Wat, on the other hand, it's quite amazing, it's quite astonishing, and it's quite piece of art. If you just go in one direction, it will take you to the exact North Pole. If you go to the other direction, it will take you to exact South Pole. Without a GPS, this is, or seeing from above, this is impossible. And perhaps a big step forward towards the true archaeology was made recently when a new laser technology uncovered vast mineral cities in jungles near Angkor Wat. Scientists flew over thick jungles covering almost 304 square miles and captured what beneath them using a special laser scanning technology that is referred as LIDAR. So what is a LIDAR technology? The LIDAR, which stands for Light Imaging Detection and Ranging, makes use of laser pulses to create a detailed ground map of the surface below. This is done by measuring the differences in the wavelengths of return times of each pulse to map out what the target area might look like. So after the scanning, we are seeing a huge populated areas definitely all around. So one thing is very important. It says, the new discovery seriously questions the old scientific view of Khmer Empire, proving that it was more advanced than previously thought in urban planning and irrigation, making the archaeologists wonder all over again how this mega empire thrived and how it suddenly collapsed. It appears that many ancient sites were suddenly abandoned by their inhabitants, and that's their official end of the story. They were not abandoned, they were wiped out. The conflict that happened 4,000 years ago, it literally wiped out. In the research which is accepted, it says there is an abstract point. It says in 8,000 years period, from estimated only 5 million that remained on planet Earth, it moved to 345 million in 1 AD. And it's not 8,000, it's 4,000 years. So according to their measurements, it says that in 1000 AD, there was 345 million people. In 1800s, only 1.125 billion people. So what I'm trying to say, all that progression, all those Asians, there were not many that were left during the Asian times. So we have a huge culture which was present in abundance, and it's just quite astonishing what is happening, you know. And thanks to leader technology, we are starting to see more and more. And unfortunately, the authorities are not translating the meditative methods, you know, for achieving outer states of consciousness and similar stuff. This is another interesting thing from that time. From Cambodia, as we can see, it's showing the Stegosaurus dinosaur in temple ruin in Cambodia. How come this is shown when the mainstream science is showing us that those are millions of years old? You know, it's just quite amazing. And again, they're telling us that all these creatures existed millions of years ago and not to worry about it, while they are actually existed a lot sooner than us. There was a huge different genetics, you know. What we are seeing today is as an elephant, what we are saying is downgraded biological forms. Some of us, as a humans, they had 4 arms, you know, they were half human, half fish. They were giants, different body size and similar, something which I will cover in the second part. But what we are seeing now is downgraded version of what sometimes was. And when we see, let's say, for example, Prambanan, Central Java in Indonesia temple, what we are getting impulse here, there's like a spikes. They were always like spikes because they were cutting the chi energy and they were accumulating into direct that meditative places, because those beings, they were not consuming food. They were actually living on prana, if you will. And Shanghai Pyramid in China, over 70 pyramids positioned in the Chinese territories, again showing us that there is a huge evidence. And even quite surprisingly, there is one evidence of pyramid in India. And this one is again interesting because, as you can see here, on the top there is like a chop off where the Vimanas were actually landing, and what we are seeing in what we see on the previous example was just here the same wiring of, there was like a leader between all of those that were tuning into meditative oneness, if you will. So the Indian epic, the Ramayana and the Bhagavad Gita, are the 2 most famous texts of India. The Ramayana tells the story of great avatar Rama, which the Rama Empire actually was called on. The Bhagavad Gita tells the story of Krishna. The Ramayana describes the Rama as an emissary from Agartha who arrived on the air vehicle. That's exactly what it states. The translation from the Sanskrit is exactly like I just mentioned. This is quite extraordinary in that both the Buddhist and the Hindu religions separately refer to Agartha. And they were able to literally resist the dark forces from the extraterrestrials that are still present today, and everything that was left from those days are just remains, and it's giving us a reference for different body sizes, very similar like the Egyptian cultures, which were very far more aggressive in their own behavior, if you will, different body sizes also. It's quite astonishing what is happening. The bigger the humanoid was, if you will, you know, the bigger the structures were built behind. That's something which I was shown. You know, the same happened with the pre-Columbian cultures, you know, and the Egyptian. And Opposite from the Egyptian culture, you know, most of these groups from the ancient Rama civilization, they were peaceful, non-abusive, non-violent nature. But unfortunately, they were all observed by the extraterrestrials which exist on the moon, and there is so much evidence which is going on. So what's now? We have what's the time now? All right, cool. So what we can do, we will overlap. Okay. Just give me a sec. Because I have so much information to give, I will continue until the break time. Just give me a sec. So, you guys all right? Yeah. All good? All right, cool. All right, so let's continue what happened with the human history from 11,600 to 4,000 years ago.
We will, I'm sorry to interrupt, Pam, we will have that break at 1 o'clock. A few people have mentioned it, and it's all right for me. This data is fantastic. This is the second last talk ever in the world that Pan is doing. And that is the reason why he is speeding up so quickly, because he's got
just
so
want to
much
deliver as much as possible.
Yeah, he wants to deliver as much as possible.
Yeah.
So I am loath to slow him down.
Yeah.
I think we all just need to concentrate and connect in there. We'll go to 1 o'clock and we'll have that break. But thank you for your patience.
All right, cool. So in this part, I will cover the ancient Egyptian culture, the ancient pre-Columbian culture, and the Second Asian War and the disappearance of the advanced civilizations. So let's start with the ancient Egyptian culture, their social structure. They were, as I was explained, they were very, very, very abusive. They literally had absolutely no respect towards everything. Everything that we are seeing in most of the Western societies nowadays originate from them. And obviously we are seeing that the body sizes of those humanoids were definitely larger than what we have today. Some were, let's say, 7.6 meters, some are higher, something similar to this. Pretty much this would be the comparison of what those ancient beings would look like. Their scripts and their pictures that have left on their temples, if you will, are saying quite a lot. You know that they had a huge slaves, if you will, how they were using in different purposes. You know, even from the Sumer civilization, we can see again the same giants, you know, giving certain gifts, you know, to the smaller beings, and it's quite amazing. For example, look the size of the animal on the picture on the left, and the foot of this creature, you know, from the ancient Egypt, and they were using certain technologies which I will explain soon. So the entire reason why the floors of the ancient Egyptians pyramids and temples are so huge are never properly explained, because they were not designed for ordinary human size beings. That's why you have gates which are so huge, so tall, that literally were able to fit a bigger body sizes, if you will, you know. So it's quite amazing, you know, what is happening. So this is temple of goddess Isis, and in Aquileia island, and we can see the same structure. And on every time when we look towards the ancient Egyptian culture, we are having the suppression from the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquity, who is telling us that the entire Egyptians, Egyptian pyramids were only tombs. You know, they were not used for anything else. But soon I will explain that that's not the case. So, for example, this is from Peru, just a small comparison. You know, who were these steps made for? You know, and pretty much we are seeing the creatures. And this is an interesting one. A mummified finger, which still cannot be debunked. It's been around the internet for quite a while, and throughout Egyptian history, there are numerous accounts of giants reported and even mummified remains discovered. One notable find was in 1988, when Swiss archaeologist Gregor Spori was allowed to photograph and examine 33.8 centimeters long mummified finger that was found by a grave robber. The grave robber was never heard from again after the encounter, and the location where it was looted still remains a mystery. So obviously what we are seeing here, it's a creature that was huge, and pretty much this is the statue from Memphis, Egypt, that was given a name Colossus of Ramses II. That's the official story. The thousands of years old limestone statue is about 11 meters long. So they were actually literally depicting pretty much the same what we are saying. In different occasions we are seeing beings that were assembling the obelisk, and when we see how tall the obelisks are, it's quite astonishing, you know. And the coffins that were discovered, usually most of the coffins are taken by the Smithsonian Society. Whatever the remains of the Asian giant or whatever is found, they take it, and if something goes out in the public, they try to debunk it as soon as possible. So as we can see here, excuse me, there is no need, you know, for this structure to be so tall. In the late 1950s, during the road constructions in southeast Turkey, in Euphrates Valley, many tombs containing the remains of giants were uncovered. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So we can see that the remains are just there. So in my personal opinion, the so-called Smithsonian Institution is creating the deliberate cover-up of human ancient history. It was established on August 10, 1846 for the increase and diffusion of knowledge. And it's a group of museums and research centers administered by the government of the US. And despite the fact that they want to debunk everything, there are so many different records which are showing humanoids which are far more bigger than us. For example, all those two examples are from the New York Times, and the time and the date is given. The date is given at the bottom. It's obviously showing, you know, 3.6 meters, 3.4 meters in giants. You know, even a lot taller than that. You know, there are so many different varieties of things which are happening that can be found nowadays, and there was even a U.S. Supreme Court was ruling, has forced the Smithsonian Institution to release classified papers dating from the early 1900s that proved the organization was involved in a major historical cover-up. In other words, Smithsonian admits to destruction of thousands of giant human skeletons in the early 1900s. And this is the crime towards history. Because if we don't really understand our true history, we cannot understand what took place thousands of years ago. And the Masonic Society is strongly into this. They understand what is happening. And there is so many different evidence nowadays to show us that there is gigantism present even in the current times. So this is important because this guy, Dr. Carl Bott, he was director of the Creation Evidence Museum in Glen Rose in Texas. He was talking about something which is called optimal genetic expression, or the best what the RNA and DNA, what organism can have. And he invented and patented the hyperbaric biosphere chamber to test ancient record claims regarding pre-flood atmosphere and magnetic condition based on the approach that life on Earth was created perfect and designed to live very long, which was the case. And this hyperbaric biosphere literally have provided enough evidence to show that there was abundance. The entire atmosphere was a lot bigger in the ancient time. There was a lot more pressure, a lot more oxygen, which provided the plants, the trees to grow the way they have grown so big. And also it provided, you know, elongated skulls, abilities like telepathy, psychokinesis, similar things. And it is quite interesting that 3,000 six-fingered giants found in the Channel Islands. You know, it's one of the interesting parts regarding to that. And take a look at this one. An archaeologist works at the site where 16 tombs belonging to the 19th century Chinese immigrants, they call them Chinese immigrants, were discovered, and blah, blah. But take a look at this. if you count the number of the toes, they have 6 toes. You know, what kind of Chinese, and it was not just anomaly with one person. There were hundreds of those that were discovered in the remote areas, you know. So obviously the Dr. Caldwell conclusion was that after the Great Fall, all elements of which everything is made were degraded, and definitely this happened around 4,000 years ago, as I mentioned. The DNA, the double helix that we are used to today, was not as such in the ancient times. There were humanoids with triple DNA or higher, you know, with different abilities, and Sasquatch and so many other stuff. So I will not bother you too much with this, but in Little South Spring in Northport in Florida, they found the remains in the so-called sinkhole, which had a perfect condition to preserve. So take a look at the jaw, you know, the combination. So definitely those people were a lot bigger. And another tactic that the Smithsonian and the powers that be actually were using is the Photoshop. Every time when they actually put the Photoshop context, you know, for the giants, and that's why the normal population cannot distinguish which one are the original ones or which one are the artificially, digitally created. You know, they're one of the tactics that they're using to manipulate. But nevertheless, those people that were living at the time, they were huge. They were different body sizes, but the tallest one were really, really, really tall, if you will. You know, take a look at this. They were utilizing certain tools to create a resonance in the obelisks. It's quite amazing what those people are. It's very similar, like the ancient Rama civilization was charging the energy from the devices that they were actually utilizing. Pretty similar stuff. The ancients, the ancient Egyptians were utilizing the pretty much same stuff. As we can see, the same type of brutality that some of the humans are using today, you know, just to tie the animals, to cut their throats, you know, and similar stuff, to wear the animal skin and similar things they were using in the ancient times. And the whole concept of school, you know, of giving food to animals in the zoo, you know, all that structure, for example, the Olympics, you know, how we treated the dogs, you know, that's why we love the dogs, you know, but we abuse the other animals and so on and so forth. So the entire structure of living, as far as the ETs showed me, with the holographic visions were definitely true. I searched them all up. They were abusing the water system, everything. And I apologize if this will go against some religious preference, if you will, but there is a huge, when I ask, you know, them regarding to religion, their response was very, 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 obviously, we have a group of individuals, people refer them as Illuminati or the highest level of the Masonic order, if you will, you know. Even the Catholic priest and similar stuff, they are literally worshipping the dark forces, and they're engaged into pedophile rings, unfortunately, and the authorities cannot do anything about it because, in my personal perspective, the entire government has been corrupted. And we can see here it's a Christianity, but there is an obelisk on top of it, so on the bottom, sorry. So you can see there is not much. The disease, what the ET said as a homosexualism or similar stuff, came from the ancient Egyptian, you know, it was all there, or abuse of the small child. And why people actually go on Christmas and just put the Christmas tree, because the ancient Egyptians were actually doing, the ETs were very, very precise about this, that and the entire scheme of Christianity, unfortunately, arose in a family. I actually was raised by a family where my father, he was Orthodox, and my mother, she was Catholic. And I knew about the cultures, but those being completely changed. So this figure, unfortunately, has become the so-called savior of the human society, while the entire human society, unfortunately, it's in very, very bad moral state, if you will. And they're using this in abundance, the entire symbolism, the entire covert. They cannot go open with this because the normal humanity will not allow it, because it's not moral, if you will. And those individuals are abusing us in so many ways. They're giving us clues through symbolism, you know, even before the 9/11, if you will. They have given us how they're going to actually take but another thing which is very important is that on September 10, 2001, Donald Rumsfeld holds a press conference to state that the Pentagon was missing $2.3 trillion. But the next day something happened and everybody forgets about it, and everyone talks about the Osama bin Laden and similar stuff, who was obviously a CIA agent, in my personal opinion. And regarding to the Iraq and its chase for the Asian technology and similar stuff, there are so many different things. And we respect people, and those people literally have millions and billions on their disposal, and we are actually struggling to repay mortgage and similar things. So that's how manipulation literally goes. And when you start to observe or research the Masonic structures and their closed so-called secret societies, things start to make sense why the things are structured in a way that they are structured, you know. And when you have CEOs running naked in the bush, you know, doing certain rituals, it starts to ring a huge alarm in your head, in your consciousness, that something is very wrong with the human society. And the Rockefeller is just giving guns to the Catholic priest who is preaching Jesus and everything else. So many people have been deceived into this, and all the powers that are representing the major countries are actually doing these rituals, if you will. So there are so many different stuff, and interesting part that I came across during the years is that the daughters of Bush, they were afraid to sleep in the White House. They said that they were seeing ghosts and certain extraterrestrial beings walking around, you know, and it's quite true. And this is another piece of evidence which can still exist. You can still look it up online. You can actually, it was a live press conference, and the being behind is, so many of those individuals are implanted, if you will, and controlled in certain ways that I will explain in the third part. And the Masonic structure goes deep. Even they fake the moon landing and similar things. So it's quite it's not comfortable for me to speak about, but those are a couple of things that I need to address. You know, this is Henry Kissinger. He said, who controls the food supply controls the people. Who controls the energy can control whole continents. Who controls the money can control the world. And regarding to the Asian history, the most respected theory comes from the so-called Charles Darwin. And he was literally a Masonic person, if you will, and the Vatican actually holds papers and maps and everything which regards to the true human history. So there is also a connection with the occult, and some of the creatures that were here for 12,000 years ago, they are still doing the same mess. And as good old Arthur Schopenhauer saying, all truth passes through three stages. First, it is ridiculous. Second, it is violently opposed. And third, this is accepted as being self-evident. Genetics. The genetics was different. They have elongated skulls, different ears, and similar things. They were able to charge from the solar energy. They were mixing with insects, with snakes, with other creatures, you know. They were literally masters of genetics. And this Egyptian deity, Bes, which is officially, it's just very dark being that was responsible for the genetic mixing, as far as I was able to see. And they were controlling their society pretty much like the powers that be are trying to control now, from the very early age where the soul actually went into the physical body. And also there were. It is important to mention that there were scripts which are saying that the Asian conflict appeared between the long years and the short years. And as we can see here, they're they were all controlled by the extraterrestrial species. Those species that some people call them Anunnaki, you know, I don't actually fully agree with that theory that the human beings were created as the slaves. Maybe in part of the human history, but the ancient Rama civilization is clearly showing us that those beings were free. They were able to think, to act, and to create, and they were not slaves at all. But Egyptian society used energy devices like jet, like Aken, and was in abundance in everyday life, and we can see that those actually devices were utilized in many aspects of they're utilizing for the life energy, if you will. I will speak about this in a moment as soon as I come to their technological achievements, and we can see that they're everywhere pretty much in the Asian world. This is from Dambera. And we can see many of the artifacts that are found, they're too huge for the normal human hand. Obviously, those creatures, at least some of those creatures, were far more bigger than us, you know. And we can see here they're utilizing in different ways. This is from Temple of Komombo in Egypt, which is also showing the life-giving power of the sun, papyrus from the Book of the Dead, which is also showing they were controlling the astral dimension to a high degree, but there are certain anomalies when you see pictures like this, you know, when certain creatures or beings are giving balls, you know, to other creatures, you know. There are so many different things that are connected with this, which I will explain as we come to that section. So, advanced technologies of ancient Egypt. Among other, the following advanced technologies were used by the ancient Egyptian civilization: electricity, electrochemistry, electromagnetic technology, plasma, energetics, metallurgy, advanced engineering, hydrogeology, chemistry, physics, advanced forms of mathematics, astronomy, genetics, anti-gravity, nanotechnology. And we can see that everywhere. There are even tools for drillings that were discovered in the pre-Columbian and Egyptian areas that they were using. The cutter tools, you know, the precise cuts. When we see their technological achievements, it's definitely showing us that this is not a primitive society at all. To get something to this shape, if we call it 3D printing, what we call 3D printing actually nowadays, it definitely existed in those days. So, for example, this one, this 100-ton granite box, which was found in Sierra Leone, Saqqara in Egypt, is quite amazing, because if we compare to nowadays things, for example, it will take over 8 average empty school buses to equal the same weight. So how those stones were actually transported and put inside, and the precision inside is definitely different. The nanotechnology obviously existed in the ancient time. For example, nanotechnology is manipulation of matter on an atomic, molecular, and supramolecular scale. This is the so-called Lucergus cup, and officially it's a 1,600 years old Roman calyx from British Museum. And material is dichroic glass, which changes color when held upon the light. In other words, when light is shown through the body of the cup, it turns from opaque green to a glowing translucent red. The glass contains tiny amounts of colloidal gold and silver, which give it these unusual optical properties, the true origin and creator. In other words, how they were able to utilize those elements in the right composition to produce nanotechnology. It's quite amazing. Genetic engineering and with nanotechnology, they were utilizing, obviously there was advanced technology. Most of the technological advances were taken away by the Smithsonian Institute and organizations similar to that one. For example, this device was discovered in the ancient shipwreck in Crete in 1901, which is part of the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient astronomical calculator. And it is a very sophisticated device that consists of 30 toothed wheels of diameter from 9 to 132 millimeters, being able to rotate at a different speed each. Dials as scaled metal plates with inscription related to the signs of the zodiac, names of the planet, and so on and so forth. It's quite amazing piece of equipment. And comparing to the Asian side, where they discovered the ancient Egyptian relics deep underwater. It's not too far away from the place that this device was found. And the pyramids, like in other cultures, they were utilizing to high degree. You know, they're utilizing the forces of the pyramids. And as mentioned, most of those places around the Nile, which was different in the ancient times, they survived to some degree. But you can see here how much mud actually was created by the tsunami that went through around 12,000 years ago, as I mentioned, or more correctly, 11,600. It's quite astonishing. So this is the place where the famous helicopter, you know, and the car and the submarine were discovered, and pretty much very close to that temple. The West Bank looks around 2 km from the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut, and it's giving us the entire complexity of the structure. This is something about advanced structural engineering. As I mentioned, they usually refer them as unfinished pyramids, but they are not unfinished. They were damaged. They were fully finished. So, for example, this one, the 3 famous pyramids of Giza, and there is a Sphinx. But guess what? It's not only one Sphinx, but there are two Sphinx. The mainstream historians are telling us that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a glorified tomb of Egyptian pharaohs, but no mummy or something similar was ever found. Nothing at all. Absolutely doesn't exist, doesn't apply. Around 2,500 years ago, the following historians were in Egypt and visited the Great Pyramid of Giza, like Herodotus, Theodorus Silesius, Strabo, and Plutarch. They all asked the ancient priests, and they said, "We really do not know. They were built long before the Great Flood." And it's quite amazing what is happening nowadays. And we can see here, those are very old pictures from the Sphinx. And we can see that it was all covered with a mud as the Asian tsunami went through, if you will, you know. And there were so many different things which are happening below the Sphinx and the channels. They were after the halls of record, but unfortunately the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquity, they were covering up absolutely everything. So in 1998, Zahi Hawass, chief director of the Supreme Council of Antiquities, undertook excavation beneath the main body of Sphinx at Giza and rediscovered access tunnels to several large, apparently natural caves directly under the Sphinx. That he suspected that there could be other cavities beneath the structure. So here, this stone is literally existing before the Sphinx, but instead of one Sphinx, is showing two Sphinx. In other words, there was another Sphinx there that was destroyed in the conflict, and there is a visual evidence of it, if you will. So when you see from the air, it's clearly showing that there is a part which is definitely missing. And it's quite amazing piece of evidence. Important part of what we need to understand about the Asian Egyptian culture is that in the Great Pyramid of Giza, officially there are three known rooms or chambers. The upper chamber was given a name King's Chamber, the middle Queen's Chamber, and the lowest room, which is under the pyramid, the Unfinished Chamber. But they have different purposes, and the structure contains angled tunnels which lead not only into the pyramid but deep underground to areas officially claimed to be still unexplored. According to certain reports, a Russian military personnel that launched a project in 1961 was codenamed ISIS. The purpose was to obtain eventual alien technology and anything useful about the builders of the pyramids. And once when they applied the ground-penetrating radar readings, they actually found a huge anomaly deep underground the pyramid. And this is just one of so anomalies which are existing. It's quite interesting that the Asian structure was built with unique materials, out of which some are used for electrical conductivity nowadays, and obviously they were using the electricity in abundance. These facts that I will just shortly present are leading more and more researchers to believe that the pyramids might have had a more useful purpose. So, for example, the Great Pyramid of Giza is only one on 118 discovered Asian structures in Egypt, which is showing us that this Asian society was highly advanced. They were using obelisks to transfer electrical energy, very similar like Tesla was talking about it. In other words, a wireless power transmission system. So it was completely established Asian civilization. So we naturally make a conclusion that by assuming that Asian civilizations were far more primitive than us, that's absolutely not true. And Nikola Tesla was a Serbian-American inventor, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, and he actually changed the world that we are seeing today. And without him, there will be no electricity or light, at least the way we're utilizing today. And in 1934, in Iraq, something was discovered which challenged many of the mainstream historians. You know, they found the so-called Baghdad battery, which was showing that the electricity existed in those ancient times. So some of the materials used to build the Great Pyramid were limestone, dolomite, and granite, and it is estimated the Great Pyramid of Giza has 2.3 million stone blocks that weigh from 2 to 30 tons each, and there are even some blocks that weigh 80 tons. The structure has estimated total mass of 6.5 million tons. And at the time when the pyramids were new, if you will, they were polished with very nice white limestone, and they were referred as a casing stones. And we can see that by the evidence, which exists nowadays. And the outer mantle was composed of, as far as it was estimated by the engineers, it's 144,000 casing stones. Very, very interesting information. And according to the history, in 1303 there was a major earthquake that actually lost some of the casing stones, and then they were actually taken out and used in building different structure by the Muslims. So the cuts made in these reflecting stones were angled perfectly, so it would have had a smooth, flat appearance. This would have made the giant structures brightly reflect the light of the sun like a mirror. It also would have made perfect insulation inside the structure. In other words, there is a part of the pyramid that was also missing, like a golden stone. And this is a depiction from 1615 by George Sandus, which is also showing something, and pretty much is showing the same stuff. Today, all that remains in the pyramids, if you go to Egypt, is the inner core of the pyramid in Giza. So I will not bother with this. The gypsum is also very powerful, how they have come up with this chemical composition to hold all those huge, many of tons blocks all together for the times is just difficult to comprehend. The so-called unfinished obelisks in Aswan in Egypt, it would have measured about 42 meters, and it would measure at around 1,200 tons. It's just an astonishing piece of work. Dolomite was also used for the inner surfaces, and it's also known to increase electrical conductivity directly relative to the amount of pressure of it. High pressure creates more electrical current. On the other hand, lining the passageways and underground tunnels, the pyramids in granite, which are slightly radioactive, and the piezoelectricity is quite obviously can actually produce energy. When such electrons are given the chance to bypass section of rock via metal wire, quite large currents can flow. So limestone, dolomite, granite, those are very important parts, in my opinion, constructed for atom are in fact analogous for the exact materials we're using to make electrical wires. So pretty much all the structures, for example, here in the Serapeum of Sahara, which I already mentioned, there are 24 huge mysterious granite boxes. They're weighing 100 tons each. And the classic Egyptology is said to be coffins of the pharaohs. Take a look at this. Each of those boxes are weighing between 70 and 100 tons. The simplest explanation of the classic Egyptology came out to be is that they're coffins for the pharaohs, but there is nothing, no remains were found inside. And how is this possible? For example, there is only 1.5 meters distance from the wall to the place where this object was found. How was this placed inside? And you can see the precision. This is not done by a primitive people. Obviously, they were used for different purposes. These supposed sarcophagi were therefore somehow built into the structure with such precision, and they're within a 1/10,000th of an inch, perfectly flat. Just a perfection of what was happening. So nevertheless, I will actually conclude that each and every one of these huge boxes also has a giant lead carved from the exact same stone. A container serving as energy capacitor or battery must be made entirely of the same substance, so there is no interruption in the magnetic field. In other words, they were utilizing those as batteries and plasma containers, if you will, something which I will explain in the other parts. So regarding to the plasma doesn't emit radiation, and it's completely safe for humans to be in the same room with it. Although the plasma reaches a temperature hotter than the surface of the sun. It's quite amazing what those people Asian people were doing. On the right side of this picture, we can see a reptoid, gigantic creature, if you will, holding two tools together in device. And it's quite interesting that something very similar was unearthed near the Red Sea. So it's showing us exactly the tools that they were actually using. And there are other tools that were also how should I put it, discovered. So the Queen's chamber is quite interesting also regarding to what the composition it is, and the most important thing is that the shafts that were discovered, one go towards the surface and the other ones are not going fully discovered because there was a plasma process that I will soon explain. And this was actually tried to find in 1993. They discovered 2 points, 2 ending points with the copper contacts, and in many cases they already discovered that someone else was inside the pyramid trying. And in many cases the tourists in Giza pyramids are describing that they're hearing strange drilling noises or cables. So someone else is discovering the secret chambers of the pyramids without telling the public at all. Military is always in charge for the places that are, how should I put it, very, very controversial for the belief system of the humans. So there's so many different stuff which are going on. I don't want to bother you too much with this, but those are the ones, those 2 channels, shafts are actually not penetrating the surface of the pyramid, because that's where all the energy went through, if you will, in the ancient times. But they discovered certain symbols, certain wirings, you know, and behind the copper and the copper system, if you will, and those copper cables, obviously, that we are just seeing only the parts of it. They were removed, and there are many evidences which are showing. And this was all over the internet during 2012, and supposedly it was debunked by the Facebook users. They were trying to deep underground, and you can see one of those ancient elements that they were utilizing. Plenty abundance. So energy generator still requires a catalyst from another source. Perhaps that is why the pyramids were geographically located over the most natural power generators, underground rivers and aquifers, you know, like reverse osmosis plant, you know. And physioelectricity could be harnessed from the power of the current as water flows. It is officially recognized that geological evidence points towards the conclusion that thousands of years ago the Nile River passed directly by where the structures now stand, and very similar like in other regions. So we can see the erosion here, and obviously it was. So just to conclude this part, a few more minutes, the pyramids are built over aquifers inside limestone layers. Unique layers of rock transmit electricity upward, known as physioelectricity. The gold capstone facilitated a conductive path for the transfer of negative ions to the ionosphere. This way, a usable current was generated. Identical form of this technology was built in the Wardcliffe Tower by Nikola Tesla, pretty much the same. So there are so many things that we are actually seeing. This is the bottom so-called chamber where we can see that they're utilizing the water, you know, and in the town on Zavet Aryan in Egypt, there is a structure known as the unfinished pyramid, which looks almost identical to the found in Abu Rash, known as the pyramid of. So this is how it looks like. It's quite amazing. It's not unfinished, as I mentioned, it's damaged. But what I'm trying to say is that it has the same setup that we were actually seeing before. And whoever wants to understand how they function, he or she should definitely look up more about the plasma confined by magnetic field. Magnetic field separation from the ring magnet in the vacuum creates a high-speed rotation of plasma, less vacuum. To look about plasma vortex in magnetic field, plasma energy shield, and similar stuff using plasma to manipulate light and plasma containers. In other words, what we are seeing with the boxes on the right are plasma containers. They were utilizing to generate energy and then to transfer the energy. And all those that we are actually seeing are literally water reservoirs that are serving as a water pumps for the pyramids. It's quite amazing piece of evidence which is happening. So here I will conclude this part. So in this part, I tried to explain my understanding and my approach, what took place towards the 4,000 years ago, the first conflict, and how the Asian civilization literally existed, and how the conflict actually occurred. With this next part that I will try to finish with the Egyptian and the pre-Columbian stuff, and I will start to move towards the more modern time, which will give me plenty more time to cover the UFO phenomena, the Asian implants, the astral projection, and other stuff, which is quite important. It's all related to the last point, which is the evolution of the consciousness, because this talk is mainly for consciousness, human evolution, and combines so many different subjects. So thank you so much for your attention, and I will see you after the break. Well, appreciate it, man. Thanks, guys. All right. So,
That mic might be clearer. Try that.
yep. So in the first part, I shared my understanding of how things came to be on this planet, how it was colonized, and how it developed into a fully, how should I put it, hyper-capacity cosmic societies, if you will. But as I mentioned, just to recap, as a negative influence for the dark forces, it led to a global catastrophe, a global war, which produced the Earth to be inundated, unfortunately. But a certain amount of groups survived, and I'm just covering now the cultures that survived that cosmic event. So, regarding to the ancient Egyptian culture and their technologies and what they were using, the pyramids played the major roles, because obviously they are not tombs at all. They are actually power plants. And they're usually built on a specific geographical locations in order to magnify the electromagnetic forces of the planet itself, where the so-called telluric currents are at their strongest. So electromagnetic field at the bottom of the pyramid would rise to the upper layers. That's how it actually functions. The golden cap could have created a conductive path for energy to be directed upwards, directing it high into the ionosphere. Taking everything in consideration, what we have discovered so far about the pyramids, it would be logical to conclude that one of the reasons for the superconductive materials used to create the Giza pyramid complex was generation of plasma energy, which was further transmitted wirelessly, either through the antennas we call obelisks, transmitters and receivers, or through natural means, through the air and to the surrounding area. So pretty much we are seeing a fully developed, very advanced Asian civilization that we're utilizing those like antennas and receivers, like transfers and receivers. So pretty much another thing which is important to understand the dynamic of the pyramids are the inner structure inside. So for example, on the bottom picture we see where the grand gallery is, that leads directly to the king's chamber, and there are like 3 blocks that are blocking the way. So there are some anomalies in the grand gallery that I just mentioned. The upper wall of the grand gallery near the entrance into the king's chamber is made of granite, not limestone, which is quite awkward. The entire wall shows deep dark stains that may be a result of being exposed to tremendous heats, perhaps from explosive chemical reactions or super strong electric discharges. Along the side ramps of the gallery are several rectangular holes or sockets, evenly spaced through the entire distance of the ramps. The real purpose of those sockets is still, at least officially, not fully understood, but there are some indication that this point towards the conclusion that the ancient Egyptians were using some sort of resonators to amplify the energy produced inside the pyramid. So pretty much those gaps, as far as the ATs informed me, were filled with those devices, if you will, and they're utilizing in abundance. So in a sense, they were definitely understanding the chi energy. Sometimes the chi energy doesn't have a point of reference like we have in a normal electricity, but many things are definitely understandable. So just for the information purposes, whoever is not fully familiar, generators generate current and transformers convert between current and voltage. A generator is a machine which, with the help of magnetic induction, converts mechanical energy into electrical energy. A transformer converts voltage into higher or lower voltage depending on the need. So I shouldn't tell you this, but here you go. Take 2 electrical conductors, things that let electricity flow through them, and separate them with an insulator, a material that doesn't let electricity flow very well, and you make a capacitor, something that can store electrical energy. Adding electrical energy to a capacitor is called charging. Releasing the energy from the capacitor is known as discharging. In other words, the missing pieces which Smithsonian Society has removed from the pyramids are the ones that we are seeing on the left. In parallel, just a reference, some scientific groups, including the Max Planck Institute, have reportedly produced a bolt lighting type effect by discharging a high voltage capacitor in a tank of water. In other words, the current UFOs are using something similar in deep ocean nowadays, something which I will cover in the third part. So in other words, there are missing parts, missing pieces. That's why most of the researchers cannot figure it out what exactly the function is. The best that it is actually existing on the internet, that it was a power plant, but there are missing components. So there is another, let's say, chamber that was discovered very close to the King's Chamber, if you will, and take a look at this. The King's Chamber is completely empty. There are no drawings, no hieroglyphs, no nothing. It's just completely, and this is a granite shaft inside that chamber. It's quite amazing comparing with the tombs and other places where they existed and lived, you know, which is full with ornament and explanation. This room is completely empty, and it's it was obviously exposed to high plasma discharges, a very powerful force, and there was something which actually was taken from the King's Chamber box, if you will. I cannot call it coffin because it's not coffin. So to the best of my knowledge, something similar which was described in the ancient stories about the Ark of Covenant, if you will, existed there, and it was taken away from the King's Chamber. And this guy, the thief Almon, he actually forced a passage from the north side in 820 AD, and this is the passage that they break through. Obviously they couldn't take the item through the normal opening. They had to dig another tunnel, if you will, to remove the object. And this is another research which I will actually explain in a second. So the interior of the Great Pyramid has been probed using various forms of radiation, including cosmic muons. A muon is a type of subatomic particle. It is an elementary particle similar to the electron with electric charge of -1 e and spin of 1/2, but with a much greater mass. I will not bother you much with this, but just in general, cosmic rays actually create those particles. So the photons in the cosmic rays crash into air molecules, pions are made in the crash, the pions undergo atomic decay into neutrinos or muons. So pretty much the famous scanned pyramid mission, it was all over the History Channel, National Geographic, which unfortunately are owned by the powers that be, and they show only to the point that the powers that be actually are allowing. They conduct a very interesting research about these particles in order to scan are there any hidden chambers that are still undiscovered in the pyramids around the world. In December 2015, the first research was undergoing Bent Pyramid, and 80 muon sensitive films were actually put into place in order to scan for muons. All the plates were further taken to Japan for analytics, and were analyzed by the professor Morishima, who actually was studying and was researching all this stuff, and they could definitely, in the nutshell, detect that there is a area very close to the King's Chamber that holds something, and it's very important in the dynamic of the entire pyramid structure. So not to bother you too much with the details, they found, for example, let me just show you. So here, if you can see, the new void is clearly shown very close to the King's Chamber, and the data was analyzed in virtual reality, and they can see there was definitely something there. But unfortunately, the powers that be had chosen this character to debunk pretty much everything, which can lead to different conclusions from what he is actually and his team proposing, that all the pyramids are just religious tombs and similar stuff. And the Great Pyramid hidden chamber may be a trick of perspective Egyptologists warn, and we should all believe him, while in reality actually they are doing different stuff. They couldn't make what those giant batteries or plasma conductors or containers are. They had to put some sarcophags just to prove their theories, but nevertheless the true science is actually showing, especially the infrared thermography is showing exactly that the pyramid, the heat in the pyramid is not equally spread. So that's why we had the Queen's chamber shafts not going all the way to the surface, while the shafts which are going away from the King's chamber are going outside, which is again a device. A unique heat signature on the eastern wall of the Great Pyramid of Giza could hold secret to the Asian edifice, if you will. 3 blocks with a temperature 6 degrees higher than the other are also showing the same pattern, that they were utilizing the pyramid for a completely different purpose than tombs. So the chambers in Egypt, Great Pyramid, concentrate radio waves, and it was another surprise. Obviously those waves are going way below the Great Pyramid into the chamber which the Asian, which the Russians or the KGB actually discovered at the time. A scientific study has modeled how electromagnetic waves behave when passing through the Great Pyramid of Giza, and those pictures, as you can see, are different measurements, what the team actually says, and you can see that how the radio energy goes straight down. So it's interconnected with a huge cavity system. And the telluric current, or earth current, if you will, is an electric current which moves underground or through the sea. And pretty much they were able to amplify that energy through the pyramidal the geometric structure, if you will, and send it outwards. But unfortunately, despite all the magnificence, the entire culture was controlled and observed by the ETs, if you will. Everything was for nothing, because after the fall of Atlantis, because at the end of the day, Asian Egyptian culture is a long forgotten colony from Atlantis, because what survived, some of the creatures that survived the Atlantis conflict are literally the Asian Egyptians. The aliens, unfortunately, again I'm using some rendered images here because there is not much of a reference for that time. Were fully controlling the system, and despite all the magnificence, as I mentioned, everything went under the sea, if you will. Everything was flooded, and all that was left was mud and just broken pieces of the puzzle. So this part is about the Asian pre-Columbian culture. So in pre-Columbian culture, you can include, let's say, the advanced pre-Columbian Mesoamerican civilizations such as Olmecs, Teotihuacan, Maya, Zapotec, Mixtec, Hautec, Popurapecha, Toltec, Mexico, Aztecs, and so on and so forth. So after during the, let's say, the Lemuria time, the society was very advanced, very sophisticated, but after the destruction of the planet, as I mentioned, the disturbance that created a pole shift and a huge disturbance in the balance of in the equilibrium of the ocean, and the continents actually split. It was definitely a huge devastation for them. Huge roads were displaced, and when the ETs transferred a huge amount of data regarding to this culture, they were referred as a huge pain. There was so much suffering and pain regarding to the pre-Columbian cultures, and there are many different structures and statues which are actually showing us. The skulls that were discovered in some of those regions are quite remarkable. For example, this skull here is found, probably a few hundreds of them in some Mexican soil, and they debunked it very quickly because they gathered them, and there is no trace of them at all. As we can see, the elongated skulls, and there are different skulls which are also seen. Obviously, the technology regarding to the Egyptian culture was far more abundant, despite the fact that most of the people nowadays, they think otherwise, that the Egyptians are probably the most advanced. However, The pre-Columbian cultures were under direct occupation of the certain groups of extraterrestrials, which I will soon explain. Many of their artifacts that cannot see the face of the day because of the huge cover-up structures are showing that those entities were literally exploiting the pre-Columbian human beings. They were literally torturing them and using for different purposes. And it's quite sad, and the gigantism was also present in those days, and it's found pretty much everywhere on the ancient pre-Columbian soil, if you will. And these cultures obviously can see the giants that are utilizing like some form of pistols, if you will, and like warriors, and they're utilizing huge blocks, age blocks, you know. The gate, you know, the Asian mystery of Pumapunku, they're all evidence of very high technological achievement. So those are the terraces of Pumutalis, Ollantaytambo, if I pronounce it correctly, in Peru. And take a look at this, you know, the finely cut stone in Victus, Peru is just amazing engineering that was applied. And pretty similar, like in ancient Rama Empire, there were certain resonances that were discovered the way it was combined, but after the conflict it was all melted. And we can see the ruins that are remaining, and this is not done by primitive people, not at all. And I already mentioned about this in Brazil. It's just amazing piece of evidence, and some even stones are just balancing on a very, very small area, if you will, and there are even stones that were lifted and put it, you know, to be under 3 smaller stones. It's just quite amazing what is happening. And just pay attention to this like a melted style, because we cannot find the radiation in many of those ancient sites that we are seeing to justify the nuclearization war, because not everyone was using atomic energy. They was using thermal plasma, and thermal plasma has a huge thermal capacity. It can melt literally everything, especially stone. This is from Chichen Itza. Again, we can see the same evidence of impact. And even today, there is a huge number of UFO sightings around the locality. This picture on the right, is a subject of a controversy for a long time. They trying to debunk it easily, but this guy in 2009, archaeologist Hector Siliezer, visited the ancient Mayan city of Chichen Itza with his family, and he captured a few photos with his iPhone. What appeared on one of the photos was quite interesting, because it showed that the beam of light is definitely emitting from the center of the top of the pyramid. So pretty much there's so much weird things going on. You know, when they said that it's a hoax, he provided the originals, how he actually got it from the iPhone, and but nevertheless, the Pyramid of the Sun, it's just another accomplishment of the Asian world. It's smaller than the Great Pyramid of Giza, but it's a huge, massive structure which they're utilizing. This is how it looks today. It's quite astonishing. Obviously, they were using the pyramids to release certain pulses of energy, if you will, which are further actually accepted by the craft in space. It doesn't make much sense now, but when we come to the last part, you will see the evidence that that's still happening nowadays. So regarding to the leader, the lasers making 3D mapping of the ground below made a massive discovery of more than 60,000 structures, believe it or not, hidden in the jungles of Guatemala, providing the Asian Maya civilization was triple the size that modern archaeology ever wants to accept or admit. With estimates of exceeding 10 to 15 million for approximately 5 million estimated during the peak of the Asian Maya civilizations. That's our official story, but pretty much this is how it actually looked like. Again, the leader is not allowed to scan through the entire world, if you will, because if it does and those results are published, it will literally change our understanding of how the Asian world literally was structured. So the hidden Asian Mayan civilization, it's discovered in jungle. We can see it's all covered, but they had a huge cities underneath. It's just quite an amazing piece of research, and I hope that this will continue in the future. So also in Mexico they discovered 4 small lost cities, and they're all interconnected. So pretty much the urban structure of living that we are seeing nowadays around New York, you know, the major cities and so on and so forth, were also in the Bandes then. Many of the elongated skulls were discovered, and they're definitely not artificially elongated as the National Geographic or History Channel is trying to convince us. There are many cultures, many tribes around the world that are trying to do this as a remembrance or like a memory of those races, but these creatures were definitely different genetics. The Egyptian, and they were very similar. The Egyptians and the pre-Columbians are very similar. With and even the children that are born today, they have the anomalies. As we can see, they're different because the genetics was completely different in those days, and it's quite amazing. And we have the mummified elongated head, which are from the newborn baby. So it's quite amazing. And there are many white skulls, which is quite interesting, that are unearthed in Atacama Desert. And even this one in Iran is actually dated to 6,000 to 7,000 BC. So pretty much what we are seeing here from Iran, it's the same in Egypt and other places. And this is quite interesting. Even when I was very little, Erich von Däniken, he was talking about the Polenka astronaut. It's very interesting. And when you compare the Aztecs in Mexico, the Mexico in Maori, New Zealand, Olmecs, Egyptian, they all showing the same similar symbology of the creatures that once actually walked on this planet, and they were able to utilize flying technologies. And the so-called Nazca astronaut and so many artifacts that were discovered is literally astonishing. There are so many different connections about the same stuff that are actually covering. So you can imagine how much information it is actually hidden in the Vatican chambers, which we don't have access to. And the pre-Columbian obviously had a contact with certain extraterrestrials that had like a spikes on the head, very similar, which was discovered on different areas. And nowadays they are referring as a deity, but it's not deity, they were creatures with just different genetics. And as mentioned, they were definitely a very urbanic structural societies, if you will, and the UFOs were landing, and definitely what we are seeing, very similar, like we are seeing cities and, you know, suburbs and similar stuff. But they were utilizing the plasma balls, as far as I was shown, because in crop circles, in some cases where the genuine crop circle phenomena has appeared, they found meteoric iron. At first they didn't know what to make of it, why the plasma ball should need any kind of meteoric iron inside them. But in fact the meteoric iron and something similar holds the plasma. In order to confine the plasma you need a magnetic field. So the way they have actually structured, they were utilizing more of those, as far as I was shown, to discharge a very high temperature. That's why, as I mentioned, most of those Asian balls were militarized. They were used. They're found very close to the pyramid in Bosnia, which again it was completely demolished, and most of them are in Costa Rica and in other places. And pretty much the picture here in the middle, this is what they have shown me, and that's how the energy transfer was literally transferred to the objects. They were able to melt a huge amount of structures. And this is the giant stone spheres discovered on Arctic Island. Some are definitely found even when the huge tsunami brought a lot of mud, if you will. So they were completely. This one is from Chechnya, as you can see, a huge spherical object, a ball which is definitely produced by the advanced technology. This is from Bosnia, as you can see, and pretty much they have a different composition. They have chosen the composition of those stone balls perfectly in order to produce those electromagnetic fields. And they're pretty much, as I mentioned, found everywhere, even in the Easter Island, if you will, which is quite remote. So in many cases, I was seeing that those boats were coming out from the flying crafts, if you will, and this is quite popular because there was a lot of fuss on the internet about the strange mummies that were discovered in Nazca area, and they had 3 fingers, and definitely the genetics of, they cannot officially pronounce, but unofficially it's known that those are not human creatures at all, and the x-rays have shown that there is no tampering, because the first time they thought that someone had mutilated those mummies, but that's definitely not correct. And the number of the ribs, if you will, they have called the Alberto, Josefina, Victoria, and the so-called family. It's completely different from humans. And obviously this culture was highly involved into the pre-Columbian society. And here we can see, the seated gnome figurine, and this is from Colombia, and they know about all the birthing and genetics, and they mix absolutely everything, and it's quite astonishing. And Dr. Stevens Greer film series, he tried his best to push this forward, but still the powers that be actually disregarded, and not many people were even talking about. But also Jamie Musain, he's doing his own efforts, he's trying to bring the information to the people as much as he can and as much as he can understand. And there are also beings that are, in one case there was a alien craft crash, and there were beings that were recovered, and before the shadow government teams were able to come and collect the wreckage and biological organisms, alive or dead, whatever, some village guys definitely took one of the bodies, and they hid it for a long time, for many years, and it was still not decomposed, if you will. So it's quite astonishing piece of evidence that is happening. This is the so-called Istanbul rocket from Turkey. Obviously those were very advanced too. They had the flying technologies, very similar stuff. This doesn't leave much of imagination what we are seeing nowadays. So the Asian stone figure found in Mayan ruins in Tikal in Guatemala closely resembles what we can refer to astronaut in the modern times. So it's pretty much they were using the crystal skulls, and in many cases they were disregarded like something that they were made by the early Europeans, if you will, for the different purposes. But obviously there are so many things that are going on with the crystal. First of all, how they had the technology to carve the crystal to such a precision to get this, and for what reasons. So the pre-Columbian Mesoamerican crystal skulls are mostly made from clear or milky white quartz. The Smithsonian Institution, responsible for the biggest cover-up in distortion of Earth's true history, in my personal opinion, have strongly pushed the belief that the crystal skulls are nothing special and were manufactured in mid-19th century in Europe. However, this guy, Frank Dornall, probably you have heard about him, he believes that certain electric properties of the crystal skull can store consciousness, squeeze certain crystals such as quartz, as already mentioned, and you can make electricity flow through them, very similar like a physioelectricity. But in pretty much they were utilizing those to produce certain psionic effect, like a hypnotism and similar things. They were able to amplify their energy. And this is the skull iconography from Chichen Itza. Obviously, they were using them, and there are very, very dark ages for this area. And the information that was given to me, it was full with pain and sorrow and suffering, far more than the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Rama civilization actually went through. This is another interesting part. Residents of the outskirts of Puebla near Veracruz in Mexico found jade stones in the forest with mysterious sculptures that seems to represent some humanoids with large heads similar to real gray aliens. As they were discovering, they filmed, and there were a lot of people that were involved, and all ornaments, if you will, the sculptures were showing beings. For example, a gray alien that was operating the craft, like a triangular type of craft, and when you actually compared with a relatively modern sighting of the triangle shard flying craft, not TRB, of course. It's a quite a match, you know. And we can see exactly the elongated skulls that they also had, because some percentage of the elongated skulls which were discovered are not human at all. And here we can see that one of the creatures that was discovered in the caves is literally manipulating certain balls, if you will, with psychokinetic force, if you will. So there are many things that were going on, and this cannot go through the public without a ridicule because of the belief system. But it's obviously that those creatures, half human, half alien, if you will, they perform sacrifices and a generation of bad energy. And it all leads to 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years ago, to the best of my understanding, the second or the last planetary major conflict. It devastated everything. The vitrified elements of that society, it's quite, when I was seeing this, you know, either through astral traveling or either through the fifth system, which is fully explained in the books, as you will see, it was very difficult to me. The radiation that produced the heat, you know, it was just devastating, and we can see this all over the planet. You can see the melted area, the exposure to the high heat, and it was quite amazing. In some cases, the stairs were upside down, you know, as the effect. And as another water, there was another, unfortunately, water disturbance which took place and unearthed, and we can actually see by the ancient structures which were unearthed in the recent times. So all we can see here is just melted areas. This is very interesting. This is St. layers in Sri Lanka, as we can see. It's obviously that it was completely melted by high heat, something which Mahabharata and Ramayana were describing in abundance, the Asian conflict. So we can see even here that there is evidence where the huge blast take place. It literally moved the entire rock on an angle. How the shock actually appeared, you know, because it's a nuclear blast. And there's so much things that are going on. This is also from Sri Lanka. We can see that some of the objects that were unearthed, and again showing the same structure. This is quite an important piece of evidence. It's quite well known, but it's important to mention. So the Hindu epic poems like Mahabharata and Ramayana offer the best description of Asian atomic warfare one can find. It says it was a single projectile charged with all the power of the universe. An incandescent column of smoke and flame as bright as 1,000 suns rose in all its splendor. It was unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death which reduced to ashes the entire rest of the Vrishis and the Adhakas, so which are the ones from the Atlantis. The corpses were so burnt as to be unrecognizable. The hair and the nails fell out, pottery broke without apparent cause, and the birds turned white after a few hours. All foodstuffs were infected. To escape from this fire, the soldiers threw themselves in streams towards themselves and their equipment. The gods in cloud-borne chariots, this is quite interesting, bright celestial cars in concourse sailed upon the cloudless sky. Mahabharata. So what we are seeing nowadays, there are even places that are called Asian nuclear reactors. So how can this be if the Asians didn't understand the nuclear technology? And here it is again, the mysterious blast which appears in the nuclear sites that we are actually having nowadays, the vitrified layers, you know. Pretty much everything goes. So this is another example. So in 1819, a British officer, John Smith, was hunting a tiger in the forest outside Mumbai, India, when he stumbled across a strange cave. After further investigation, it turned out that it's a huge complex. So you can see one of the structures, how the ancient Roman civilization lived completely inside, but inside the rocks. And it's a fine structure inside. You can there is so much things that have been actually created inside that were completely lost for thousands of years. And this is the location of that site in India. And this is another thing which is quite interesting, the so-called Nagarjuna Hills caves in India. So when you see them again, you can see the same type of melting that was described in Mahabharata and Ramayana. But the most astonishing part is it's hosting a couple of caves, and when you go inside, it's just breathtaking. It resembles a huge technological machinery, if you will. So it's quite amazing, which is what we are seeing. And the Sanskrit language is describing something really, really amazing. It's just you can look at this. So all those areas were completely inundated. They were completely damaged, if you will. You know, in many areas. This is in Turkey, and again from Anatolia in Turkey, and Göbekli Tepe, Turkish for Put-Belly Hill, if you will, is an archaeological site in southeastern Anatolia, and this is from probably around 12,000 years ago, before the great conflict, if you will. And for example, if you take this, again, we are talking about Turkey, when you compare this in Pumapunku, in Bolivia, how come there are connections? And we can see again the pistols on the bottom left picture that I was describing, but it goes even further. Australian Aboriginal symbols found on mysterious 12,000 years old pillar in Turkey, the one on the left. Göbekli Tepe has been one of the most puzzling sites known to us, and now it gets even more confusing. A connection to the symbol carved on a column at this site in Turkey by a completely unknown Asian culture and Australian Aboriginal medicine man, which the same symbol has the same symbol on his chest. So, out of the respect for their culture, I will not go into their history. They've been here for about 60,000 years, and they went through a lot of suffering because of the colonists that arrived in this country, and that's why I will leave it as it is. Many skeletons were discovered which had elongated skulls, you know, and you can see even structure very high, and also there were fish fossils found everywhere, and sometimes the entire what now appears as a mountains or hills were completely inundated. This is from Germany. Again, we can see the same melting. The ones on the bottom are from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Again, we can see the same stuff. This is from Greece. Again, the same erosion, if you will, you know, and pretty much everywhere those balls that were responsible for most of the melting are literally appearing, and all those ancient sites are interconnected, and they're built on the precise locations, if you will. Their structure, social structure, was so advanced, as I mentioned, because it was extraterrestrial colony. Literally, the extraterrestrials were landing every day in and out, and they were glowing. And the Asians, all those Asian sites, bigger than New York, all that structure, it was all lost with a conflict. So, just to give you one reference that I'm not making this up, why 4,000 years ago? For example, if you take the famous Sri Rama Bridge that connects the Indian continent and Sri Lanka, it's quite there's something quite remarkable about this, because the rocks on top of the sand actually predate the sand. One scientific study revealed that the rocks are 7,000 years old, but are sitting on top of a sand that is only 4,000 years old. So what I'm trying to say is that the second planetary conflict literally appeared 4,000 years ago and literally devastated the Asian world for good. And we can see the remains of all that conflict, if you will. It is very difficult to tell which remains are from the first conflict that happened 11,600 years ago and which were from the 4,000 years ago, but it is obvious that some of the creatures escaped, and they returned when the genetics was completely switched off, if you will, and something which I will explain. So obviously we can see the long years explaining the short years, if you will, on the Asian Rama civilization territory, if you will, the principles of Dharma, the principles of meditation, pranayama, yoga, and other very valuable knowledge that are slightly starting to be extinct, but there is a process in the matrix which will revive and regenerate and everything that was lost. So the chi energy, and when we see, for example, the Bagan temples, in Myanmar, in Burma, there are over 2,000 temples. So I can see that the entire culture was living in a similar way. Those structures were accumulating the chi force energy, and the people were literally feeding, not practically feeding, they were charging and discharging of this natural plasma energy that was in abundance in those days. And today's men, they just look at those structures with wonder, because it's completely unclear with a state of amnesia and what really took place, because the double helix functionality that we are having nowadays was actually came to be only 4,000 years ago. The plan from the dark extraterrestrial creatures, that it was probably for more than 20,000 years, it was implemented finally. And there were a certain number of individuals that were cloned, if you will, and you can just approach in this direction. You have your own twin in from 5,000 to 10,000 people. It's not just a physical resemblance that looks like you, but the skills, the strong sides, the weak sides, they are the similar, because these biological bodies that we are having are only avatars, vehicles, if you will, biocomputers, which are operated by the consciousness. Those powers that be, they want to play. That's why they put the individuals according to the bloodlines. There are specific branches of the so-called shadow government that deals with occultism, and they're obsessed by the occultism. And they put those people as a celebrity so people will follow, while the real controllers are behind the scenes, if you will. Those people that you are seeing, the first impression that you get that they are brothers, sisters, and similar stuff. But the scientific research has shown that they have absolutely no genetic connection at all. Not just 1, 2, 3 generations back, but not at all. So how is this possible when you see two individuals, the same biocomputer with the same appearance, almost the same, and let's say fear of flying or fear of swimming, and similar stuff, while good in certain things and similar things? Because in certain occasions, what happens? A person goes to a heart surgery, and before the heart surgery, he doesn't know to play piano. But unfortunately, the donor of the heart, the person that passed away and that heart that belonged to, was a piano player. And as soon as the new heart was put into the patient, after a couple of months of recovery, this patient starts to feel unexplainable desire for playing music. He sits on a piano and he plays like he has played all his life. And he cannot explain. Then he did the research, he followed up, and he found out that the heart that belonged to that person, he was a musician and he loved playing on piano. So what I'm trying to say is this biocomputer is like a hardware. You put a new hardware in it, the processor, which is the brain, through the DNA coding will decode the hardware and it will implement it into the system. So it's quite amazing, and the dynamics that the biological body and the consciousness are functioning are fully understood by the extraterrestrials. So the hologram was put into the astral plane. This was a huge obstacle. What I'm trying to say is this: the entire consciousness, the awareness that you are having now, like you are hearing this and seeing the environment, you can have the same in the astral plane. The only thing which is missing is awareness, because inside the astral plane there is a software that prevents the consciousness to be aware just like this, because we have subtle bodies which are immaterial in nature, which I will explain in the last part. But the thing is, the alien hackers have hacked the astral plane and they have provided some sort of holographic illusion. And while this is done, you cannot see they are anchored, shipped in the sky or whatever, or the alien abductions, or the putting of the alien implant, or the crossbreeding projects which they are doing by females, by extracting fetuses and similar things. So they got the humankind exactly where they wanted. So to recap this part, some of the earthly cultures that survived the major conflict around 11,600 years ago continued to exist about 4,000 years ago. During the last conflict around 4,000 years ago, described in Mahabharata and Ramayana and other ancient texts, the biological gigantism on planet Earth was lost. The DNA abundance was no longer possible, and the human genetic functionality was downgraded. With only 5 sense input, the higher abilities of consciousness were deactivated. The humankind became an easy target for many abusive ET species that stayed in the solar system. Then came the real dark ages, if you will, of unawareness, confusion, brutal conflicts, and we are still in it. But luckily, there are others among us that are actually doing a huge effort to change all this. So let me just start with the third part, because we have a really long material to cover, over 900 slides. So I will go properly without any need for speeding. So in this part, I will cover how Earth lost the optimal genetic expression. I will talk about the hidden reality of the modern world, and I will conclude with the evolution of human consciousness. As the last conflict that appeared 4,000 years ago, again the same orchestras, the same orders, if you will, the same entities that want this to happen, they looked how the human species are slaughtering each other. The evidence that is left all around the world is showing us that definitely they were very, very advanced. After 4,000 years ago, the conditions on planet Earth stabilized to some point. But unfortunately, this time, terrible damage was actually done. From a huge atmosphere that contained abundance of elements, a lot bigger pressure, a lot more oxygen and similar stuff, it turned out to very small atmosphere that disconnected the DNA functionality. The radiation was so great that it affected everything. From triple DNA to higher, it only dropped to double helix. And that double helix is actually the fundamental of the prison that we are in it today, because it provides only limited awareness of our existence. The humankind actually fell into a sleep, hypnotic sleep, where it got the amnesia, and it forgot how things were in the ancient past. Without understanding how the ancient past, the things that develop in the ancient past, we actually cannot understand why things are happening as they're happening and why they are as they are. In other sense, the human being, they become individuals. They lost the interconnectedness with the whole, if you will. And that's where the extraterrestrials that actually were planning this for a long time, as far as I was informed, were very, very happy. And there are so many deep secrets that are buried in the ancient world, and the evidence that actually appeared, that is visible all around the world, it's quite astonishing. And as I mentioned, those are not unfinished pyramids; those are damaged pyramids. And for example, the ruins of ancient Rishi city in Mohenjo-daro is also showing the few skeletons, again showing us that the nuclear power was accessible in the Asian world. After the conflict in 4,000 years ago, the water actually started to stabilize, to retreat, if you will. You can see, let's say, the Asian river beds, that were existing in those days, but we can still see the evidence of the damage that was done a long time ago. Still, there's a couple of sites which are showing, how advanced they were, and also some that are showing their flying crafts, and especially the Saturn, which is the cause of all the problems that we are actually seeing today. During the time after 4,000 years, pretty similar like nowadays, they were utilizing convert and hidden presence, fully observation, full control, and full abuse, if you will. And when we see cloud formations like this, and we usually think that it's a cloud, but when the clocking device is off, we can see exactly how the object actually looks like. In many cases, what we are observing as a holes in the cloud, they are not holes at all, they're just clocked, how should I put it, flying objects, and there are other smaller objects coming out of it. Sometimes people report the entire holes in the clouds. They start to move in a regular way, and they appear and disappear in a flash of a second. And there are so many things going on. And as I mentioned, the major problem was that the atmosphere nowadays it's so shrinked and it doesn't provide the right stuff, if you will. The gigantism was lost. The trees do not grow that tall anymore. The animals that were active 12,000 years ago and prior, they were no longer as such, and also the oceans, and also the humans that had at least 5 body sizes, they are not growing that tall anymore. And pretty much what we are seeing, even the skulls are not even the same anymore. There are still many cases of the children that are born with elongated skulls, and in order to rectify that, they do surgeries, and in some cases we can see the genetic resemblance, the fontanelle, as you can see the soft spots where that spike was growing in the ancient times. And officially the so-called craniosynostosis appears in one in every, let's say, 1,800 to about 3,000 children. Estimated average occurrence of this condition, if you will, in every 2,200 children, and the human population in January it's 7.7 billion, so that's a lot. So we're talking about 3,500,000 children that are born with elongated skulls, and they have to perform surgeries like this one there in order to shorten the skull and hopefully to develop properly. And the x-rays of many other excavated mummies, if you will, are clearly showing us that there are no physical force that was applied to elongate these skulls. So, for example, the archaeologists digging the 4,000 years old settlement in Archaim in southern Russia found unusual skeleton with odd-looking elongated skull. And again, we can see the same, the comparison with the skull which is today and some of the ancients. And in this presentation, it's not even touched the creatures that are completely inhuman, neither extraterrestrial, but different form of existence, if you will. But as I mentioned, the Mahabharata and Ramayana is clearly showing us that there are many things that had took place, and to a certain amount of individuals, if you will, or initiates, the nation knowledge, was transferred. So Earth lost the so-called optimal genetic expression, the best of RNA and DNA what organism can have. This is very important. A few type 3 extraterrestrial species took over the solar system for various reasons. Number of type 2 extraterrestrial species were brought here to colonize the system and implement the will of those few ruling type 3. A new type of exploitation started in the solar system. Freedom was lost and a subtle manipulation began. Manipulation was so clever and so subtle that human creatures on planet Earth didn't know it existed for a very long time. And it has a lot to do with Saturn. Many positive type 2 left the system after the 4,000 years conflict for good and migrated somewhere else. However, few stayed behind, but they had to obey the rules of the ruling forces. The ones that stayed behind that were positive, they tried to hack the ruling software, something which I will explain shortly, and they opposed the controllers as much as they could. So the new engineering was applied to the solar system to serve the needs of the dominant parties or the controllers. The negative forces were arriving from the polar openings of Saturn, and it literally, the entire solar system got into the structure or the position that it's nowadays. The planet, which actually was orbiting around 2.8 astronomical units that was completely destroyed. Actually, today we have the evidence as the asteroid belt, because the asteroid belt nowadays we can find the blocks of rock, or the asteroids, if you will, between 2.2 and 3.2 astronomical units. Whoever is not familiar, 1 astronomical unit is the distance from the planet Earth to the Sun. Or if you like a different approach, it takes the light from the Sun to reach us in most of the time around 8.3 minutes. So the distance to reach Jupiter, it takes 43.2 minutes, Saturn are almost 80 minutes, and the last Uranus and Neptune almost 246 minutes. So that's the distance, considering the fact that the speed of light is a bit less than 300,000 k's per second. Many moons were brought into the solar system that are artificially put there for different purposes, which I explained in the books. And the polar openings are the ones where the NASA is usually hiding most, because it's showing a huge cylindrical objects which are coming in and out from it. And they're using the Saturn as an antenna to produce certain vibrations, certain very, very high advanced aliens software, if you will. So this is cropped image from the Saturn GPL from NASA.gov. As you can see, a huge cylindrical, almost cylindrical object very close to the Saturn rings, as we can see. So how you can actually explain, even there are ones that are actually going ahead and they're creating new rings. And this is from Voyager 2. I was laughing when I was seeing the video file from the antiquity, so to speak, you know, when the first NASA films were produced, where the objects were literally moving like crazy left and right. Then you see 2 or 3 objects in parallel, then make a complete U-turn and similar stuff. So rocks and moons, they don't do this. And when they ask them how come there is one moon which is visible for, let's say, half a year or 2 months or whatever, then it disappeared, they just have no explanation, they disregard the question. And there are many other objects very similar that are using plasma shields all around them, if you will. And that's also around 4,000 years ago, the Earth became some form of prison. The first barrier was placed, or shield was placed, to the best of my knowledge, around 40 k's from the surface of the Earth, and the other one was something above 11,000 kilometers, a lot further into one alien radiation belt, and it doesn't allow a human soul to escape the plasma barrier. Anyway, the silent witness that we are seeing in most of the clear night skies, it became a space station that controls us in so many ways, and many of the ET cultures are literally using the moon. But the moon is not the source of the problem. The source are the Saturn. And because in the solar system there are four planets that are having rings. From Jupiter to Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, they all have rings, and there is a complex system which are interconnected between them. And they are utilizing the moon, especially the towers that are found on the moon, to transfer us, to emit a signal. But the positive culture, one of the positive cultures that actually remained in the solar system, and it closely actually resides on 3 areas. Planet Earth is actually living in parallel with us, Mars, and the 4 actually moons of Jupiter. They literally produced damaged. So you see those I'm not sure if it's visible, like strips which are coming from the craters. So those strips are not visible in any picture before the 50s. So the NASA tried its best to remove any kind of evidence to show that neither the Tycho crater, neither the other ones are having those strips. So in other words, they literally detonated certain weapons to remove those antennas. But still, there is a huge influence from the moon which is happening, and in the part where the astral plane is actually hacked. So I will explain that properly as we go. So in a sense, humans became beings without purpose, confused and in a state of amnesia. the impulse to use brutal aggressiveness for dominance became the main driving force behind most of the actions taken by those who were not fortunate enough to depart the solar system on time and avoid being exposed to the dangerous radiation that caused genetic mutation. The ones that were exposed lost the genetic functionality. Every new generation was falling deeper into the confusion and unawareness, becoming more and more out of sync with the divine source consciousness which holds the fabric of the universe together. The 50,000 years old and prior agenda for planet Earth was accomplished. The dark ages began. People started to gather in tribes. They saw objects, and they were describing them as just something that on the caves, while in reality there were so many different visitations and interactions and from the extraterrestrials. As the so-called recent human civilization, more accurately, were evolving, if we can say this evolving, probably progressing would be the better terminology. We only saw that the brutality was the only language that the humans were speaking. In the name of Christianity, and many people were tortured, killed. Muslims did the same in their own ways. Even the Buddhism was disrupted to a very, very high degree for the individual and selfish purposes. Secret societies began, Templars and Masonics and other circles which are still part of the society. Despite the fact that the people that were living at the time were uneducated in many ways and they felt that they have the control, they were not in control. The extraterrestrial controllers actually drive them. The more confusion and madness it happened, the better for them, because they were actually charging on the negative life force, if you will, and they were controlling every step of the human history, if you will. The UFO subjects is clearly shown in many so-called Asian, we cannot call it Asian, but let's say older, let's say art, which are quite visible and which are showing the objects that are flying. And even Columbo described certain objects with faces that he has seen that are not human. And so here we are, the so-called modern times. So how deep the rabbit hole goes, it goes really, really deep, When we start to progress to the, let's say, stage that we got so greedy that we wanted dominance to the world, the First World War began, and then the second one, and then the so-called Foo Fighters appeared. The Foo Fighters were rarely described as they really are, but definitely they understood, the shadow government understood that there are forces out there that had not just surpassing the technological abilities of the current, at the time, military, let's say, capabilities, but far beyond, and literally they were everywhere. So this is a couple of snapshots of pictures, that are appearing in, let's say, 37, 66, 96, 1950. Over New York, the same objects are discovered in the rings of Saturn. This is over Massachusetts, very famous picture where you can see it. So you can see that in some cases you can see the UFO completely. But in other cases you just see balls of light because they have a plasma shield around them. They use strong magnetic forces to confine that plasma shield, which prevents, let's say, any harm from the volcanoes in the volcanic channels, or eventually from the deep pressure in deep ocean. And the shadow government did extreme effort to convince or to actually, for all those millions of people that witnessed the event in 1952 in Washington, that it was all baloney. But nevertheless, many of the objects that appeared above the White House, they showed their dominance. And if you start to research, you will see that those 1952, 1953, there were abundance of contacts that appear in sightings. And for example, this is from 53 in Zimbabwe. Again, you can see the technology is quite different. You can see the plasma charge because most of the people, they think that the anti-gravity is the most important. However, For them, it's the plasma, because plasma is 99.9% of the visible universe. It's just source to unlimited energy. That's what it is. And this is from 1952, very old one from France, and very similar stuff. You can see like a plasma discharge at the bottom from giant rock in California from 54. And this is another interesting one from 57 because it shows actually that this picture was taken by a test pilot near Edwards Air Force Base in California. And the UFO is obviously following the B-47 jet. And this is something which was written by Leavitt Corning, General Lieutenant Colonel, and it says, "We have encountered a phenomenon which we cannot explain. Crews have been followed by lights that blink on and off, changing colors, etc. The lights come very close and fly formation with our planes. They are agitating and keep the crews on edge when they encounter them, mainly because they cannot explain them. It is requested further information be furnished on this subject, such a similar experience of other night units. Further information is requested." So pretty much what we are seeing here is a deliberate cover-up of the entire subject. Dr. Hynek and now the famous Blue Book series and similar stuff, they're trying to reviving some of the events that took place at the time, but definitely he was employed with only one purpose: to debunk every single testimony or evidence that we are not alone. While in reality, the Navy, the military of Russia, of US, of Europe, NATO, everyone was closely watching of the objects appearing and disappearing on the radars and doing maneuvers far beyond our understanding. This is from October 16, 1957, again showing an object which is under the plasma shield. And it's quite amazing. And America's UFOs were controlled by the famous so-called Majestic 12, an ultra-secret committee of high-ranking science and intelligence officers, assembled by the President Truman in the days following Roswell incident on 7th of July 1947. Many people believe nowadays that this is all a baloney, that this organization never existed. You know, because there are a couple of ufologists, they came out, they think that the documents are false. But nevertheless, much more evidence is coming out to support otherwise. Even Eisenhower, after Truman, he understood that the powers that are dealing with the UFO recovery crafts and recovery of the Asian alien bodies are not in the right hands. In other words, part of the so-called military, which is absolutely out of the military range, has the access to technology and knowledge far beyond what the military is capable of, and it has absolutely no intention of sharing this technology. Imagine the implications of fighting against cancer and similar stuff. There is so much things that we can change in our society. The so-called Men in Black operation began, which pretty much on the same scale as the Smithsonian Institute was covering with the Asian remains, or if something was unearthed and it doesn't fit the standard model of society, was literally established, and they actually controlled everything. And through the so-called top secret, there are 32 levels as far as I'm informed above the top secret, and the top one is the UFO aliens and particleization. The particleization deals with the chemtrails and certain biological stuff, which I will explain a bit further. Nevertheless, the pictures like this started to appear. The one on the right, usually people say, look, because there is no evidence, it came with the documents from unknown source, that it's completely fake. But when you start to compare the one which was actually taken before, you will see that the military literally had in contact with the extraterrestrial technologies. They have either learned how to pilot them, or there are certain extraterrestrial groups which are sharing their flying technology with them. And this is from 1958. We can see in many cases they're like a holes, because like a donut type of shape of plasma, because they charge their plasma vehicles from the thunders, if you will, and sometimes And another thing which is very important is that the cattle mutilations were happening before and are still happening worldwide, but they took place mostly between 76 and 1982. Especially the ranches near the Los Alamos in New Mexico were very heavily affected. So livestock started to become discovered with complete missing sexual organs or eyes or tongue or whatever. The precision of those cuts were definitely on a cellular level. In other words, something literally cut the tissue on a cell level with a precision of straight line and never went through, something which the predators cannot do, neither the medical doctors at the time. And the number of the sightings were just growing in high numbers. And this is another interesting thing to mention. In 1972, the famous Gabe Valdez police officers from the New Mexico state, investigated the cases that were appearing near Dulce. After examining 80 cattle subjects, he and his retired scientist Howard Burgess, who showed interest in these bizarre cattle mutilations, noticed that 5 were marked with powdery white substance and glowing when exposed to ultraviolet light. The lab test from control sample of removed hair from the glowed region showed high percentage of potassium and magnesium. In the latest year, the son of Gabe Valdez came out and he said that the entire research regarding to the UFO never got to the point that it's all a military action and they have done it everything. But that doesn't explain the morphing lights and all the rest. Because the same phenomena which I just mentioned with the livestock has been discovered with the people that are so-called the abductees that were taken. So the non-magnetic physical evidence is photographed under ultraviolet light. In other words, the same marking as the certain type of UFOs are doing can be visible on the human skin. So just for your information, if you're not familiar, fluorescence is the emission of light by the substance that has absorbed light or other electromagnetic radiation. And those abductees sometimes, for example, this is a friend of mine, he went to sleep, he started to get nightmares that the alien creatures were literally abusing him and there were huge marks on his chest. He started to speak with his wife and he actually went into depression. So there are so many people that are closed into their own minds, they cannot share their experiences. This is the famous case of Giovanna Poda and the alien hybrid extraction, and pretty much those are the photos that she claims was able to take with her mobile phone. So quite amazing stuff that we cannot ignore. Another interesting thing that related to the cattle mutilation is that records are showing that strange lights were seen regularly in the night skies over Sterling, Colorado from November 76 through the spring of 77. Logan County Sheriff Harry Tex Graves suspected the UFOs were linked to 72 cattle mutilations in the area. Photos of the lights were taken by reporter Bill Jackson of the Sterling Journal, advocate for the Gazette-Telegraph. So take, for example, how all these lights were morphing. Those are not shadow government or secret government experiments that are taking those parts. In other words, there are certain extraterrestrial groups that are meat eaters. They're consuming like meat. It's not meat, it's actually tortured animal tissue. So in pretty much the same fashion as those Asian controllers were actually utilizing and consuming animal flesh, those cultures are... The same thing has happened. For example, this is from the Australian news in Sydney a long time ago, and it's showing that the entire cow was actually lifted by a strong, how should I put it, object that emanated literally plasma. It's quite amazing, something similar to this. During the years, people always ask me, how can you distinguish which one are the positive ones and which one are the negative ones? And my response is always the same. You have a strong and very fast car, let's say Ferrari, the person who drives that car could be a very loving person, but on the other hand, it could be a very evil person. The same case is with the extraterrestrials. Many of those cultures are using the same technologies, the same principles, so it's very difficult to distinguish. The only way to distinguish is either through psionic power or to means or technology that we don't have the access in the public domain. This is also from Australia, a very famous one, which actually shows some of the objects, and many people in Australia have reported, cows. And take example, look at this. This cannot be done, those precise cuts. What we are actually seeing. And the picture on those 3 pictures are recently taken. They were published by UFO Research New South Wales on the Gross Valley and Blue Mountains. Really, really good stuff. And this is quite interesting. In some cases, they don't even bother to release, to return the dead animal, mutilated dead animal on the ground. They just pull it out, release it from the flying craft, and sometimes it ends like this. And the authorities usually come, the police comes, they put a report, and that's how it usually ends. So around 1996, the military discovered that certain UFOs have problem when a beam or when the radar is actually directed into their direction. The further investigations show up that their guiding system is practically running very similar like a fiber optics. In other words, they don't have hard cables or similar stuff. They have a light, and through that light the information is transferred. When the radar is actually directed in that direction, it produces a particle beam which disrupts the information into these light transfer systems, and it disrupts the guiding systems of the craft. Because they can deploy as much as ammunition they can, they will not harm the vehicle because it's shielded with a plasma shield. But if they direct a certain, let's say, radar, this will disrupt the guiding system, and some of those objects fall. And when they fall, shadow government teams, special teams, if you will, go there. They try to recover any valuable wreckage, if you will. If there is a smaller object, they recover it and cover it completely. If there is a larger object, they put a base there and no trespassing, and that's how it ends until it's disassembled or back engineered or whatever it's the case. This famous picture is from November 1989 from the Belgian, and it's witnessed by 13 policemen and hundreds of other people. It was part of the so-called Belgian wave sightings. And many people that believe that it's related to Tier 3B Astra. So definitely the military has a lot more equipment, technology, and also flying craft, which is not showing us, which is completely different from the genuine UFO crafts. Nevertheless, even the shadow government has in possession definitely certain crafts which are extraterrestrial in origin and fully operational. In quite many of cases, the thing is there is a difference between the shadow government craft. They usually put like a plasma charger, as I was able to see and be informed, in Area 51 or certain areas in China, in Desert Gobi or whatever the case is, and they charge the energy from there. While the UFOs that are from extraterrestrial origin, they charge the energy directly from the lightning strikes. So this is from US Dwight Eisenhower. As we can see, definitely there is a presence there, and some of the crafts are literally discharging or eventually charging on the lightning. So this plasma shield that we are seeing, let's say this craft here, on the top left, you can see that it's glowing. It's like electric in nature, if you will. It's glowing because it's non-thermal plasma, and it's actually collected from the thunder strikes and the plasma that is discharged. This one is from interesting one from the International Space Station live feed, and one of the guys picked it up, and when you zoom in, you will see an interesting craft. This thing was given to me, I believe, in 2014 by one people, and actually I was doing a talk also for the UFO Research in New South Wales, and it showed me literally a certain balls of light, if you will, that came out of this object. And it's quite amazing. And the real ones are the shape-changing UFOs over, let's say, Mexico, like these ones. So we can see that pretty much most of the UFOs that we are seeing, they're glowing because they're having the shield. Once when the shield is deactivated, we can see the solid structure, the solid object. It was quite surprisingly to many UFO research when they discovered that getting close to certain UFOs, if you will, especially diamond type of structure, it's very deadly. Actually, it causes radiation and the hair starts to fall. There is a cancer happening, and there are so many different stuff which is going on. Sometimes some of the objects are just zipping through the atmosphere and then moving towards moon or other locations. So in a sense, it was a very big challenge for the shadow government. Usually people say the shadow governments, they have all the answers, but they don't. They have it, most of the answers nowadays, but in those days it was definitely a challenge. They had to literally employ the best minds in the world to work on the super sensitive projects in order to understand the Sweden lights, you know, what is happening. They start to divide the projects into listening, and they also consider at one point to release everything to the public. But unfortunately, after the psychologist warning that most of the humanity are not psychologically fit to deal with the situation, that we do not control the airspace of planet Earth, that there are beings that are coming at night doing certain stuff to us, you know, without any control of ours, they decided that it's not the right time, and they decided to lie. They tried a different approach through Hollywood and other means. They start to introduce the idea that we are not alone through movies like A Close Encounters of the Third Kind, just to prepare the psychology of the humankind that we are not alone and to find the purpose. So the thing is, this series probably have brought at least the good ones. The series 1, season 1, at least in my opinion, was containing a lot of truth about what the higher establishment in FBI and higher were doing regarding to the UFO subject. Nowadays they are more open in Hollywood, like Jupiter Ascending, you know, or Steven Spielberg in Taken. They're showing something that is pretty much happening every night to some degree to someone, while in reality everything is it's very hard to talk about this after everything that I have seen, but it is what it is. The so-called the Hesdalen lights are unexplained lights observed in a 12K stretch of the Hesdalen Valley in rural central Norway. They are still appearing because there is a huge underground UFO base below. Some pictures do actually reach the face of the day, if you will, and they're still explained. There are so many different varieties of things. The air traffics have to report a certain sighting of the UFO to a special departments and keep them out shut, so to speak. And then we have the crop circles. Something very, very unprecedented, how should I put it, very unexplainable started to appear, and they had absolutely no understanding why that's the case. And it was not just balls of light. They were dark disks, they were dark spheres. And in many cases, when they have their own military Air Force exercises, there were objects that were flying and moving around, playing with the fighters. There were even fighters that were taken down. Even entire commercial planes were taken down, and then the cover-up was History Channel series, you know, the air crash investigation. So probably 20–30% of the air crashes belong to the UFO collision, but they always debunk that it's always a motor or this or that or whatever. In 2004, 11 identifying flying objects were detected by the Mexican Air Force. It was really, really heated at the time because everyone was talking about this. The 11 UFOs could only be seen through the military plane's dome-mounted infrared system and could not be seen with the naked eye. Neither the crew nor the ground personnel could see the craft with the radar. In other words, we have a UFO outside the door or whatever outside. We go outside, we cannot see anything on the visible light. But if we apply infrared or night vision camera or certain combinations, we start to observe objects that are coming and going, information or whatever. So most of the stuff that I explained previously from the 4,000 years ago till now, they hide. Let's just be fair. If they want to show themselves, they can land in thousands, in Tokyo, in Russia, in US, in Europe, everywhere. Why they are not showing themselves? That's a $1 million question. Because there is a deception which is happening. Shadow government cannot prevent if they want to show themselves. And I know what they're capable of. So nevertheless, again, we can see the glowing plasma. And this is from 2014. It's quite interesting. No one in the US is allowed to talk about, but they put it like a Chile or some other country, you know, to push forward and see how it goes, how it plays. Nevertheless, again, the same progression. On the visible light, there is nothing, but on the infrared, you can see the more reddish it goes, the hotter it gets. So this thing is emitting some strong plasma output. So this one is from high-speed UFO captured in Border Patrol video over Aguadilla in Puerto Rico in 2013. And it's quite interesting because the military had followed the object that actually descended into the ocean. And then from the ocean, out of one object, there are two objects that resurfaced. And there are many, many things that are happening around the world. Another thing which I want to address is that many of the dark ones, if you will, are attracted to violence. They want violence to continue. So this BBC News shows the UFOs alongside of F-16 on the Israeli military training exercise on September 19, 2007, near the Syrian border. And it was quite on the news, and it's quite an astonishing piece of evidence. So take a look at this.
Large-scale military exercise. Relations with Syria are on a knife edge. Some here are even talking of war. Israeli fighter pilots here on a training run, but on a top-secret mission earlier this month.
Just give me a second.
Large-scale military Israeli fighter pilots here on a training run, but on a top-secret mission earlier this month, Israeli jets are thought to have flown into Syrian airspace. Now talk they may have bombed a nuclear weapons facility there. Israel's government has refused to comment.
So the same type of the UFO that we just saw, it's usually, as far as I was able to see from the astral plane, is actually hankering or levitating in the clouds. And for example, when you compare this evidence with the same that we actually just discussed, is pretty much the same object under cloak, if you will. So there is another one that you can actually see, you know. So one would say, why those objects, why those balls of light are emitted by the dark objects? Because they further go towards the areas, populated areas, and they charge with a negatively emotional charge. And this negatively emotional charge, believe it or not, is consumed by dark beings of type 2, especially type 3 civilization, which actually controls the solar system through Saturn. So it's quite amazing piece of evidence. And wherever there is a conflict, and let's be realistic, if the powers from extraterrestrial origin. They want to stop the conflicts, the suffering. We cannot stop them. They will dismantle our warheads, nuclear warheads, everything. But they don't want to stop it because it doesn't play along their agendas. So they allow it, the destruction, the suffering to appear so they can actually feed. In reality, the shadow government, and I quote this, instead of providing the public awareness that we are not alone, instead of sharing technology that can change our lives, they are keeping their technologies completely selfish. As we can see, they already have part of the alien technology fully functional. The image on the left here is from 2015 and shows another B-2 bomber flying over Missouri. And the other one is the one that I just showed from Colorado in 2017, and you can see the same back-engineered alien flying craft. Chinese has their own. Unfortunately, I'm not in liberty to discuss any further, but I could just say towards the gray area between confidential and non-confidential that they're utilizing certain mechanics where this plasma shield is actually recharged. And there are many things that are happening. This gentleman, unfortunately, after 13 attempts of his life, and during the 14th attempt he was murdered, he stepped forward and he was talking about the underground world, what the shadow government is building. He was talking about the aliens that they have encountered, the tunnels, the technologies, where the alien bases consist. When you go to Google Earth, you start to observe certain anomalies on the Asian floor. So I will not comment any further than this, you figure it out. Captain Robert Salas, I have him on Facebook, quite a gentleman. And in one occasion he mentioned the Air Force is lying about the national security implications of unidentified aerial objects at nuclear bases. In other words, during the citizen hearing of disclosure, he actually disclosed that on many occasions UFOs were tampering with the nuclear warheads. So they are not telling about the reports where the military Air Force fighters, they try to take UFOs down, but as soon as they launch their rockets, their performance is so great they just took off, and it really happens. So there are so many things which is flying without parallel, in parallel with our human air traffic, if you will. And there are certain areas of the military and navy that it deals directly with this stuff. So that's why they're utilizing the chemtrails. So what's the chemtrails case? There are so many different variety of information present on the net, from pollution of the entire humanity for evil purposes to whatever purpose you can think. And it's true, there are so many different purposes that the chemtrails are used for, but one of the purpose is to detect the UFO craft, and I will show you in a second. But it's connected with the so-called space-based infrared system and space tracking and surveillance system. In US, as of January 2017, a total of 9 satellites carrying SBIRS or STSS, which I just mentioned, payloads, had been launched into space to meet the United States infrared space surveillance needs through the first 2 to 3 decades of the 21st century. In other words, SBIRS is an integrated system of systems that include satellites in geosynchronous orbit, sensor hosted on satellites in highly elliptical orbit, and ground-based data processing and control. In other words, everything that goes in the infrared spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum can be detected by this equipment. In other words, with chemtrails, they try to pinpoint as much as they can the UFO traffic in parallel with the human air traffic. And their systems have evolved to such a degree that they can actually have the accuracy over 80% at this stage. So pretty much how it works. The chemical composition of the chemtrail gets agitated as soon as a high speed vehicle that has a plasma shield passes through. It agitates the chemical compounds in the chemtrails and produces a signature which is picked up by the infrared satellite system of the shadow government. In many cases, it disrupts the guiding systems of those vehicles, and that's why they destroy the chemtrails. Quite often you can see a video evidence where the chemtrails exist and the UFO starts to pulse. As it starts to pulse, it creates a holes inside the chemtrails and similar things. And that's why they're utilizing, that's one of the reasons I am not actually in liberty to talk any further about this. Which means the US and NATO have really sensitive infrared cameras in orbit that can see UFOs or plasma balls not detectable on the visible light. So this is very interesting because it's unidentified submerged objects or USOs, which are different from the UFOs only in the terminological sense. Otherwise, they are the same vehicles, just capable of going underwater, the same as in the air or space. This is the sighting from April 17, 2012 till the April 25, 2012, and captured by the NASA satellite in South Atlantic, west-east of Argentina. So another thing which is quite interesting, this is strange mysterious glow seen over the Pacific Ocean on 24th of August 2014 by the pilots of the flight from Hong Kong to Anchorage, Alaska. And this is how the UFOs underwater look like, and they can see it every time from the satellite. So pretty much the same technology, the same communication, transfer of data, and many other things which are happening are utilized. In many cases, during the 70s and the 80s, to the best of my knowledge, shadow government started to deploy certain military weapons, if you will, in order to take the objects down from the orbit. They started to utilize, if you will, the so-called death rays or the plasma beam waves, which were actually, they knew which plasma shield can be crushed with certain frequency, with certain plasma. This picture from International Space Station is showing exactly where the object was, and as soon as it detected that the plasma beam is literally applied, it took off. When it took off, the object is there, the beam went up. And this is another interesting evidence because this is from Space Shuttle mission STS-48, where the shadow government military installation, and believe it or not, I'm not allowed to speak at this, but the location of this beam came from Australia. I cannot disclose the location. Anyway, we can see an object that came through, and then there was a plasma beam that just passed next to it. So, in other words, they're utilizing the plasma beams to take them down, and then the certain team, if you will, flies to a certain area where the crash is and recovers. Take, for example, this craft. This craft is 30 kilometers in diameter. We are talking about big object when Earth is concerned. And look what this is happening. I was observing this in the astral plane all the time. So if we think that we are in control, we are not. The Challenger Deep is the deepest known point in Earth's seabed hydrosphere, so-called, with a depth of almost 11,000 meters. On March 26, 2012, Canadian film director James Cameron piloted a deep diving submersible designed to reach the bottom of the Mariana Trench and reach the ocean's deepest point after roughly 2 hours of descent from the surface. What he didn't report officially at the beginning, that he picked up a very strange robotic noises, which doesn't resemble to any biological creature of the ocean. And those objects, if you will, they're coming out from the ocean floor. The grinding plates crush to produce lubricated mud. We think that this is natural, but this is artificially because like most of the solar system, planet Earth is engineered in so many ways, and it's also shielded. For example, you have an asteroid from a larger side or a meteorite, a bit bigger if you will. Before it hits the ground, a UFO deploy and they start to pulse and they actually destroy the meteorite before it actually crashes or hits the Earth because it produces damage. Because what we have here, it's a very complex scenario. So those, as I mentioned, objects are coming out directly from the Mariana Trench. This is just one point in the Pacific. And the science doesn't have any adequate explanation when the objects from the top go directly deep into this area, or two objects come in parallel, do U-turns and other stuff. So much of this technology is definitely there. Snowden, he sacrificed his life for truth. He's not much appreciated, but someone had to do it anyway. He said at one point that the highest levels of government don't know what to do about UFOs. And the official story that they are all merely weather balloons or natural phenomena have been clearly dismissed. If anything, these documents speak about UFOs as if they are surely guided by intelligence beyond our own. As it turns out, the most credible and inexplicable sightings are of vehicles that have been spotted leaving the seafloor and the hydrothermal vents and directly entering solar orbit. In other words, the global distribution of the hydrothermal vents together with the volcanoes, they are literally serving as a portals because the Earth is hollow. There is a huge cavity inside the Earth and they can take off so easily without any problem. This is something that was caught in 2015 and the amount of speed is just amazing. So the real question is, are we really in control of the solar system? We are not. We are seeing objects around us, sometimes in the sky, and quite often when you notice that there is like a rainbow illumination in those holes, be sure that there is a cloaked object. The military usually can pick up something because, quite interestingly, some of the objects cannot be picked up on radar, but they can be seen on the infrared. Nevertheless, these are bringing us to a very interesting subject. Advanced nanotechnological devices are used for tracking, surveillance, DNA sampling, mind control, psionic energy extraction, and inducing sleep paralysis, etc. In other words, objects inside human bodies are found to emit or receive certain radio frequencies, information. In other words, someone out there is listening for something that is happening in our biological bodies. Some objects are easy to detect with certain techniques which I will soon explain. Other objects, when they're detected, it's difficult to remove because they're in the center of the brain. The attempt of the removal of this object in the middle of the brain could be fatal, or the consequences could be very, very high. Nevertheless, these objects are connected with a network which actually controls everything. The frequency is, the information is passed to moon, sometimes directly, sometimes through certain medium objects and similar things. These objects deploy certain smaller objects like this, and it starts to emit certain frequency. The alien implants become activated. It starts to vibrate the body. It creates a sleeping paralysis, and then the others came. And then what's happening, you can figure it out. In quite occasions, people started to report the strange sound called the hum. As soon as some of the objects, as you can see, the plasma trail which is left behind appears or penetrates the Earth atmosphere, they start to hearing strange sounds. Sometimes during the awakened time, sometimes during the sleep. It is called the hum. And this hum sound, if you will, It's like 10 people can hear it out of, let's say, 2,000. And it's not physical in nature. It's the implant which is actually provides this or causes this effect for the reasons that I will soon explain as we get to that point. We can see the technologies that are applied are not just for, how should I put it, for research of certain natural cosmic phenomena, but for different type of research. And they're utilizing plasmas to upload, download data from the alien implant in so many different ways. As mentioned, some objects are easy to remove, others are very hard to remove. And the ones that are removed, there are 3 types of objects: biological, metallic, and non-metallic. All 3 of them, they have different purpose. Sometimes it's a 1 carbon nanofiber, sometimes more. This is the person who was the leader in the research for extraction of the so-called alien objects. Unfortunately, we lost him in 2014. Stephen O'Colburn, he is trying to do something, but definitely I'm not sure he will have the capacity to continue Dr. Rogers' work. He examined the objects in so many different ways, and he measured some of the frequencies where those objects actually are emitting. Quite often he was taking a plasma sample, blood, and put the object inside. And in some cases, when they were removing the object actually split to parts. After a couple of hours or more, the objects, the separated objects came together again, which again, the only logical explanation is that someone out there who wanted some information from that device switched certain frequency, started the remote control, and the device magically reassembled itself again. The objects are sometimes put through a physical contact, which can be seen as a evidence in ultraviolet. Sometimes it's teleported inside. The most hardest one are where the objects are put through the nozzle opening, unfortunately. This picture on the left is from a friend of mine from US. She got this object on the morning before she actually saw certain UFO crafts. I don't know if you can see it here, it's just too bright. Maybe on this one, this is the zoomed picture. So this is just day before she got the object, a couple of visible, a couple of snapshots. And this mark literally stayed with her for a long time. It's been observed with the other abductees as well. Quite often the abductees report being controlled to high degree that they are actually literally lifted up in the air, and there are strange marks found on the body, and they describe strange dreams, strange craft, and similar thing. One of the better things that was produced lately is probably most of you have seen it, is the so-called Patient 17, and it was directed by Jeremy Cannon Locker Corwell. And it's quite interesting that this person, ordinary person like everyone else around us, if you will, it turned out that in his right leg he has an object which shouldn't be there. They found on the scans, the ultrasound showed and similar things, and eventually they took the object out. Steve Colburn, the guy that I spoke a couple of times last year, who is a material scientist, he examined the object in many ways through so-called scanning electron microscopy. And it turned out that this is a very sophisticated nanotechnological device. And the more they were discovering, it actually blow their mind, because the object was fusing with the nervous system of the human being. Sometimes it literally did functions on the atomic level. shadow government undoubted that it is still to the level that can actually reproduce anything similar to what we are seeing here. Sometimes the alien implants can be a single fiber, sometimes double, triple, and the objects are all usually seen. And Steve's approach, it's very, very interesting. Those are his thoughts. He says, most of the masses of humanity are like fish. They really do not know or care what is outside their immediate sphere of influence. In order to change things for the better, we need to change that as a race. He was crying like a baby when we were discussing about Roger Lear. He respected and worked with him 6 years, and he has seen a lot. The isotropic analysis is telling us that the material embedded of the extracted implant from the patient 17 was made out of planet. The ultimate goal of this particular research is to hack the alien internet. He said, we have reasons to believe that there is a complex web of communication between the aliens and some supercomputer. Through the alien implants, the genuine abductees are plugged into the system. It is the biggest story of 20th and 21st century. And believe it or not, that supercomputer exists on the artificially placed alien space station. The results showed that the object is composed of, believe it or not, 36 different elements. It was quite obvious that the nanotechnological device hooked into the nervous system, and it was made of meteoric iron with combination of many precisely chosen and implemented elements to serve as a specific purpose. So the few elements like boron, sodium, magnesium, titanium, gallium, germanium, and not to mention the isotropic ratio of zinc 64 and zinc 66 would indicate that these elements are not made from materials found here on Earth. What the heck are those materials combined in the object doing in a person's leg? A second opinion. Nanotech scientist Christopher Cooper's expertise in nuclear physics, quantum computation, nanotechnology, and large-scale nanomanufacturing brought something even more interesting. He was analyzing the data for hours, and his head starts to hurt. This is his conclusion. This object has an elemental analysis of a complexity I have never seen before. What are we seeing in something that is highly advanced and fabricated? Comparing with the zinc ratio found on our planet and our solar system, the zinc found in this object indicates that it originates from some other part of our galaxy or beyond. It is difficult to tell for sure. What the heck is this object doing in this person leg? Anyway, super advanced alien nanotechnological devices that it's composed from 36 different elements, and there are many different varieties of those objects. And here we are, 2019. We don't see much of a difference anyway. You know, we are hooked into our everyday lives, being doctors, being nurses, being computer engineers, working on constructions, you know, whatever. And we don't fully understand that we are actually in virtual reality. We try to assemble as much as information we can by Googling, researching, you know, trying to see which source is valid, which source is not, what has been declassified, what not, and so on and so forth. Try to make up some sense of this process that we call existence. While in reality we have someone who is literally technologically so advanced that they can do whatever they want. And we have grown to the point that most of us are technological people. They are literally fused or focused toward development of further technology. They're obsessed with technology, while a certain percentage, they still remain in balance. They actually practice the Asian arts, the spirituality. So in order to avoid the mistakes what Lemuria and Atlantis did, and afterwards the pre-Columbian, the Egyptian culture, and also the, unfortunately, the Rama Empire, we have to understand that peace cannot be achieved through violence. It can only be attained through understanding. And we have reached space. We have put a International Space Station, which is around 400 km from the surface, and it's a huge achievement. And we understand that we are living on a place that we call planet Earth, and then it's orbiting a star, which we refer to as a sun. And we understand that this planet is just, let's say, one of the 9 planets. We cannot define it as 9 because Pluto is actually floating further, but nevertheless it's part of the Milky Way galaxy. From what we are able to see, that all the galaxies are interconnected into further structures which are called galaxy clusters, which further are interconnected with even larger cosmic structures which are referred as superclusters. And even these superclusters, by gravity and other forces, are combined together and they create the so-called cosmic web. And this is pretty much how the visible universe pretty much looks like. And believe it or not, when I was actually very active into astral traveling, I asked the ETs, how come it's dark outside? And they said it's dark because this area is inside a cosmic void. In other words, the cosmic voids, and recently it was actually announced publicly, they are not empty. They are full of stars. We have only 5 minutes and then we have to take a break. All right, so the thing is, they said is, the more you go towards those neural pathways of the cosmic wave, the more illuminated it gets. So this artificially colored image by NASA, it's not too far off. The colors are put in a way to resemble the frequency, the vibration, which Hubble Space Telescope and other equipment actually picked it up. So what they are saying, that the most divine creatures in the universe are morely concentrate towards those more densest pathways, while most of the manipulation exists in the dark voids. That's the information that I actually got. And comparing to our human size, we are actually living in a huge universe, which is 28 billion parsecs. That's a huge space. So let's take a break here and then we will conclude with the last part. And thank you so much for your attention. With a human size, we are living in an enormous universe, a huge universe, at least 100 billions of galaxies that we can actually see in the observable universe limit, if you will. So this is very important. I don't hold too much to the, let's say, approach of the general astronomy or astrophysics. I'm leaning more towards the cosmic or plasma cosmology, if you will, not fully, but to high degree. But nevertheless, we cannot ignore the measurements by Hubble and other space technologies that are launched in space. So these technologies found something that it will do, that I can transfer this information to. So from what we can see, in the universe is actually consisted of 4.9% of ordinary matter that all those galaxies and superclusters and everything else that we can see. And then there is 26.8% the so-called dark matter, and which doesn't interact with the light in the same way as the visible universe does, and the mysterious so-called dark energy, which is 68.3%. In other words, the sample of 50 galaxy clusters, actually the scanning, it turned out that the region which is defined as a dark matter has 5 different densities, while the scan on the so-called dark energy didn't find any fluctuations in the density. In other words, we are living in a universe that consists of 7 planes of existence. The 5 that are in the one which is in the normal matter, 5 which are in the dark matter, and 1 which is one divine cosmic plane of existence, if you will. So 7 planes of existence, ordinary matter 1, dark matter 5, and dark energy 1. So the more we actually understand about this, we realize that we have a vehicle for pretty much to be present in every of those dimensions. In other words, we are immaterial intelligence, soul or consciousness, if you will, that can utilize different vehicles, and we are capable of multidimensional presence, and the connection appears through the DNA. As far as I was explained from the extraterrestrials, what we refer to as a DNA, it's only the physical part of it. Most of the information actually is stored into the immaterial part of the DNA, because it actually communicates with all the subtle bodies. So our consciousness is hooked into the seven vehicles, out of which this physical body of ours, if you will, is the most densest one. And then we have the so-called etheric body. The etheric body is a complete duplicate with a physical body. It's interwoven with the nervous system of the physical body, and according to the Asian tantric tradition, it has 72,000 nadis, or energetic channels that are interconnected with smaller or larger centers, out of which 7 are primary and are positioned on the region of the spinal cord in the physical body. This etheric body, if you will, is actually playing the main role in the so-called Kundalini rising, and also reported by the sleeping paralysis state, which is heavily explained in the books. Then we have the so-called astral body. Another thing which is important to mention, the etheric body. Etheric body never departs the physical body. It's completely interwoven inside the physical body, and every time when the astral body goes out, it charges with energy, then this energy is distributed into the etheric body. The etheric body can separate from the human biological host only in 2 occasions. Occasion number 1, after the process that we call physical death, the etheric body stays around the graveyard and similar things and decompose pretty much in a similar fashion with time as the physical body. And the other way, if certain ET groups pull it out for different purposes. The astral body, on the other hand, it's very vibrant. It can actually be host for our consciousness inside the astral body. This astral body is a perfect duplicate to the physical body in a literal sense. That I'm not making all this up. We can actually see the evidence from this guy that passed away, unfortunately. It was on the Chilean news, and it's actually showing a guy that after the accident on the road, his astral body that was completely looking like the dead body on the ground is looking at himself in amazement, if you will. Doesn't know what is happening. So what I'm trying to say, the astral body actually can literally duplicate the vibration of the pattern of the physical body, if you will. For example, if you wear pajamas, it will look with pajamas and similar things. The thing is, the astral body can pass through solid objects. It can communicate telepathically. It can fly in similar ways. And as I mentioned, it plays a major role. For example, during a one-time sleep, if you will, sometimes we can wake up 2-3 times during the night, sometimes more than 10-15 times. So what's happening? The astral body goes out, it starts to collect the energy, and as soon as you wake up and you turn yours on the other side, one delivery of the energy is completed. In other words, the collected energy from the astral plane is distributed into the etheric body, and from the etheric body through those channels, through the nervous system, the brain is getting the power. You can drink as much as you like. You can eat as much as you like. If you don't go to sleep for 3, 4, 5 days, it gets critical. 7 to 8 days probably means physical death, because the stamina, the aura, which is around the physical body, it has the capacity of sustaining the biological existence only for that amount of time, unfortunately, with the genetics that we are having nowadays. As I mentioned, every time when you wake up, you turn on the other side and you fall asleep, one discharge is over, your astral body goes out without the awareness because it's hacked, whatever the case is, and then another collection is finished, then it comes back to the physical body and discharges. Usually 7 to 8 hours per day, it's enough recharging process to keep you going in the morning. depending of the sleeping hallucinations, or actually holograms, if you will, if the eyes of the astral body are open or not open, that defines the clarity and the awareness of our presence inside the astral space. Through dynamics like dream control and similar techniques, a certain individual can literally recognize that it's inside a dream and can break the hologram and literally, how should I put it, engage into active astral adventure with full awareness like we are now. Anyway, many of the things that are happening are connected with the orbs, something which I will describe and explain in more details as we go. This lower astral body vehicle, if you will, I always call it lower because it doesn't give you the performance of the other vehicles are giving you, can easily be stuck. People report get stuck in the ceiling, part of the astral body goes out, the other one doesn't want to separate, and similar things. And it's definitely limited to high degree. On the other hand, the less dense and with higher speed of vibration, if you will, is the so-called self-luminescent body. For example, you want to fly with the astral body, you have penetrated through the wall, you know, you went down and you want to fly, let's say it goes 15-20 meters, and then like the gravity is pulling you down, you lose the concentration and you wake up physically. With this vehicle you want to fly, you haven't finished the sentence in your consciousness, you're already moving 200-300 k's per hour and it's demanding more. With the normal astral body you cannot see the aliens, you cannot see the ships, you cannot see any of that. But with this more improved, if you will, vehicle, you can see absolutely everything. And I was utilizing this vehicle in abundance to understand exactly what is happening. Despite those three, physical, etherical, astral, those four, and self-luminescent, there are another three higher plasmic vehicles that actually can support us as existence in the other dimensions. Imagine how different this world would look like if we start to utilize this potential in abundance. Plasma. Very important thing to understand. Plasma is one of the four fundamental states of matter, despite the solid, liquid, and gas. If you heat a solid, you reach liquid. If you heat a liquid, you will acquire a gas. But if you apply high voltage or somewhat other heating medium, if you will, and you heat the gas, you will actually achieve plasma. And in fact, 99.9% of the matter in the visible universe is plasma. It's actually it exists in stars, in supernovas, in nebulas, pretty much everywhere in space. And depending on the thermal equilibrium, the plasma is divided to thermal and non-thermal plasma. Both types of plasma heavily used by the crop circle makers, if you will. And it becomes crystal clear to one person that starts to astral traveling and similar things that everything is interconnected and there is a source consciousness, cosmic consciousness, if you will. And it becomes crystal clear to me that if I want to observe the things that are happening and understand what's the real purpose of our existence, I have to go beyond the five senses and the biological existence. That's why I utilize the so-called astral projection. Astral projection, for those that are still not informed, stands for the exteriorization of the consciousness, where the consciousness departs the physical body in a vehicle, which I just explained, the astral body, and actually projects on the astral plane and takes the adventure. Which is further relevant to what I will soon present, that in 1964, the Russian astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev, he defined three levels of civilizations, type 1, 2, and 3, based on their capacity to harness and use power, as well as the amount of the knowledge the civilization have access to. And pretty much in the solar system, we are all objects that we are seeing here on the slide, they are belonging to the type 2 civilization, except this last one here. We can see the white circle is actually depicting the actual size of the sun itself. So you can see how big this object is. And quite often they're varying inside. The ones that are detected near the Saturn rings are definitely very large, larger than the planet Earth, and some of those are actually photographed even from Earth that are in space, and quite often they're pretty much everywhere. The credit goes to this guy, Dr. Norman Bergen. He actually wrote the so-called ring makers of Saturn, and he put extensive engineering knowledge processing the data and the cylindrical objects that are actually manipulating the Saturn. This is from Marina Popovich, a famous Russian cosmonaut, which held the press conference at the San Francisco Russian consulate, where she holds the image of the large cylindrical shaped UFO taken by the Russian Phobos probe shortly before it was taken down in 1989. So those three are the last frames that were taken before it was taken down. On 14th of March 1989, during the space shuttle mission STS-21, the Dr. Astra and James Barclay, taken by excitement, said a phrase that leaves little to the imagination. He said, "Houston, this is Discovery. We still have the alien spacecraft under observance." So pretty much they understand, NASA is lying, that they are searching for life in some distant quadrant of the cosmos of the universe, where it's quite obvious. Even John Glenn, who was the first US astronaut to orbit the Earth, said, "A better film or you guys are gonna think I'm nuts." So definitely this is so supposedly from Apollo 13, but from a distance. They never reached Earth, Moon, sorry, unfortunately. He says the official NASA caption for this image reads, "Lunar disk with bright disk partially covering the moon," and nothing else was given. So obviously we are seeing plenty of stuff thanks to Martin Stubbs, who was in charge of the Vancouver in Canada television station, and he actually directed a dish, managed somehow to pick up the direct download to Houston from the space shuttle missions and recorded for years the direct download. What he recorded is quite astonishing. This picture is from STS-100 over Egypt. As you can see here, in some of the anomalies which are not tamperant, we can see objects which are quite visible. Here, this is a different snapshot, but you can see a different stuff. This is from 1990 from the International Space Station. As we can see, a morphing line. Those are very advanced that I have seen. They're literally changing shape. So those on the left with the green white, they are positive, but the ones on the bottom right, as far as I was able to experience and see, they are bad news. This photo is taken from 2006 in September. And it shows a very, very interesting formation, plasmoid, if you will, very close to the. This is how actually it looks like when it's zoomed. The same entity, if you will, and crafts are discovered and filmed in other occasions. Quite often, the astronauts are picking up pretty much a lot of activity, around. So. We are at the moment at type 0 civilization, which means if we don't destroy ourselves by some military mean like the Asian did, hopefully we'll be migrating towards type 1 civilization from 100 to 200 years from now. So pretty much type 2 is very interesting to observe, but type 3 is quite astonishing because it deals with the galactic affairs, and it can literally manipulate supernova, stars, and similar things. And as I mentioned, considering the fact that the universe is so old and there are so many different cultures and species out there, and we are so new, if you will, so immature, there are so many species that have surpassed our technological means in any way that we can think of. This is a very good example that I quite often use. It's from 2012. An object that shot a plasma or beam directly, and it was only visible on 131 light measurement. And the Solar Dynamic Observatory has 3 different scanning parts, out of which the atmospheric imaging assembly is one, and it can scan the sun in 10 different wavelengths. So in other words, the object that shot the beam of light directly into the sun's surface was visible only on 131 light measurement, but not in the visible spectrum, in other filters, if you will. So pretty much they are always utilizing the same dynamics as far as we were able to see. So how does it work? The stars, as far as I was explained, they are interconnected in huge, vast cosmic metro system. And by using wormholes and physics that we still yet to understand and discover, they're able to travel from one point in space to another, not just from one point in galaxy to another, but from distant quadrant to a completely different quadrant of the universe, if you will. This is how we look at the sun, and this is how someone else looks at the sun, and it's all sun gates, if you will, you know. And the gamma ray and the X-ray are showing that as soon as those objects have shot, let's say, the beam of light using a cymatic sound, the portal stays open for 1, 2, or 3 seconds. And then the objects are starting to go in and out. So as we can see here around the sun in space, we don't see fine structure. There are always objects that are leaving some kind of plasma trail. So what's the catch? The simplest way that I think that I can describe this, what I was explaining, is, let's say, if we put a fluorescent lamp in space and we start to energize the lamp, we ionize the gas, will produce plasma inside. If we chop one part of the lamp, that ionized plasma will start to escape into space. In the same time, will push the object in the opposite direction. In other words, it will create thrust or acceleration. And when you see all the NASA images that are around the sun, you can see the same dynamic. Pretty much the Type 2 civilization is utilizing this method which I just explained in abundance. They are literally surfing, considering the fact that the solar corona is the plasma itself. They are surfing on the plasma energy. And that's why the shadow government is researching this big time, and how the plasma reacts under zero gravity and with gravity also. So pretty much it's very, very, very powerful. Most of those civilizations around the world, around the universe, are utilizing plasma, as you can see, and those are transformers, as I was able to, transporters that I was able to see. What's happening? Object comes close to the sun, it shoots a beam of light, and certain frequency is applied, certain sound. It opens the sun gate and starts shooting another beam, which literally has around 100, 200 objects, or eventually it absorbs 100 or 200 objects. Then it shoots another beam of light towards Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter, whatever the case is, and literally transports those smaller vehicles to that destination. And on the other side, where that destination is, there is another object which accepts the beam, and the objects are actually transported. And it's quite amazing piece of evidence that we are actually seeing. In this case, we are seeing that the sun gate was open from inside. In other words, they actually used the sun gate to come out from the sun, if you will. And again, we are saying the same principle. And Solar Dynamics Observatory, it's always has a military personnel. In other words, sometimes the entire website goes down when they actually finish smudging the pictures, if you will, or putting squares, dark squares, or whatever. Then the website is back on. So pretty much they don't allow anything to. I will not bother you with this, but there's so much evidence about Soho, stereo, and so on and so forth doing the same stuff. And this is another example of those beams of light. This is quite interesting. The Saturn actually was recorded actually releasing 2 plasma beams of light, very similar. Sometimes those beams are recorded very close to the sun after the so-called solar mass, coronal mass ejection. And NASA has a difficulty to explain these pictures. For example, how do you explain this? You know, you can see a cylindrical objects, probably a decent size of the sun itself, that are moving information. And there's so much different weird things going on around the sun. So when we see the universe, the space around us nighttime, there is nothing much going on in the visible, but the entire solar system is shielded artificially because there was a plasma wave that actually made a contact back in 2008. In other words, IBEX detected anomaly, which actually coincidences actually was matching the galactic plane. And there are certain, this is all the stuff which I don't want to bother you too much, but nevertheless, it's all happening, and the time reference was the end of the Mayan Great Cycle, and those are the massive UFOs that were refueling from the sun. In other words, what is happening? type 3 civilization is deploying type 2, or actually it's ordering type 2 to suck the solar plasma. And this solar plasma is sucked and then distributed here in the interaction part where this wave of energy is penetrating, because if it penetrates inside the solar system, it will make a physical contact with the sun. And if it makes a physical contact with the sun, it will move the sun into its next phase of evolution. And if that happens, this definitely, this is how it looks like. You can see the wave, or the intelligent wave coming into the solar system, how much pressure it puts towards the, and this is a bit updated picture from 2017. Is showing that the familiar teardrop shape of the heliosphere is no longer such. Now it's more like a compressed spherical shape, how should I put it, and it's now only 94 astronomical units from the sun. And it's quite amazing what is happening. So what I'm trying to say here is we really don't understand too much what is happening, because without understanding the astral phenomenon. That's why we need. For the last 30 years, I have thousands of students worldwide where I tried my best to teach them literally how to separate their astral body from the physical body. And it's very easy when people start to do their own astral travel. They have their own experiences, if you will, and they progress, to a point that they teach others, And most of the things that prevent this training is the so-called fear that if you depart the physical body, that you will never return. The myth of the so-called silver cord, which doesn't exist. There is a connection, but it's from through DNA antennas, immaterial DNA antennas, not through this, But nevertheless, it's becoming obvious, and to me it was clear as a day when I was starting long time ago that if I really want to succeed with this, that I really need to push it beyond the 5 senses. And it was not about seeing blindfold or sensing or similar stuff. It was more about adapting the consciousness to exist independently from the physical shell. And sometimes it actually, and it got to the form in a couple of occasions that I was departing from the physical body 7-8 hours per day. Usually most of the astral travelers cannot last more than 2 minutes out of body before their concentration crashes down. So that gives you some example how much effort I have put into this. So in a sense, pretty much a lot has to do with the so-called chi energy control, what the Chinese and the Japanese cultures are actually doing, And when you master the inner chi energy flow, it's really strong, it's powerful. But when you start to play with the outer chi energy flow, that's really becomes even more interesting, because at the end of the day, everything runs on energy. The more you start to literally project the energy outwards, the more you can stay the astral body out, And that's why I tried my best to teach people, how to activate their mental screen, how to see blindfolded, when the results came. And that's when they are happy and they start continue training, And as I mentioned, for me it was quite a journey, a long time talking about similar subjects, trying to understand. And there's so much weird things going on around the planet, and the abuse is definitely there. The same way that the humans are abusing the animal species, certain species are abusing the human species. There are strange disappearances of the fetuses, if you will, which doesn't make any much of a sense. And quite often the abductees are reporting a strange white light. Sometimes the entire family unit wakes up, let's say 4 o'clock in the morning. They wake up and they feel that they have slept for 3 days. For some reason, none of the family members can remember what they have dreamed or what happened. But deep inside that they feel that something important took place. So what's happening? The UFO comes, it deploys a smaller orb of light, it starts to radiate certain frequency, it activates the alien implant. The alien implant starts vibrating and produces the so-called sleeping paralysis state. In most cases, people are not remembering those sleeping paralysis state. And then the others comes and they do whatever they do. Sometimes the astral body is pulled out if the procedure is too painful. And then after the procedure is done, they actually return the astral body back in. And there's so many different varieties of things that are happening, which takes us to the crop circles. I've been in communication communication with this intelligence for a long, long time. And there are so many things that are wonderful about this phenomenon. There are many that are man-made, but there is a genuine crop circle phenomena, that's for sure. The military is trying their best, just to debunk everything, but they have a full control of the new coming crop circles through their infrared system, if you will. And there are many things that are happening. Those are the ships that are pretty much the creators, of the positive ones, if you will, and they are actually creating. Cool. So a lot of things are happening, and the creatures that are obviously shown, they are smaller size, triple DNA, more like a dolphin type of skin, and they live on 3 parts, so Mars, planet Earth, and 4 moons of Jupiter. So we really need to wrap up a bit, so I just want to cover one other section. Those are the magnetic particles that I was referring before. As you can see, their magnetism found in the crop, avalanches, the 2 counter-rotating vortices interacting with each other. In other words, the crop circles are like acupuncture points. They create ripples in the astral plane, and these ripples are disturbing the astral hologram, the software which was uploaded. And quite often when the genuine crop circle is delivered, it's quite positive. It's definitely very healing. But then the dark ones comes and they deploy a dark mist and they choke the energy. And it's quite documented quite often. Even the shadows are in some of the crop designs. Military is obviously aware of all this stuff, and it's spraying something directly into the crop circles, like a microwave energy or similar stuff. And when the genuine crop circle is delivered, the healing power is so great, there is a static, but when the military starts to deploy certain microwave radiation, it blows the nodes, if you will, and there is energy which, the closer you get to the plant, the more bloodstream goes into your hands. And there's so much stuff which is described in the books, if you will, amazing things. I will just briefly put this video for you before I move towards the conclusion.
A good example of an event that isn't visible to the human eye, but the cameras picked up clearly, because they work in the infrared range and are very sensitive, was this summer at Adam's Grave. Now, an interesting series of events happened at Adam's Grave. On this particular night, 2 helicopters were flying a perimeter around Adam's Grave. What can only be described as a glowing ball of infrared light emerged from the ground. As it emerged from the ground, it hovered until the helicopters flew towards it. And as soon as the helicopters had committed to following it accelerated away 20 miles in a matter of a couple of seconds. That's 0 to 600 miles an hour in a couple of seconds. That's the kind of thing, and the human eye could not see it. I could not see it, the colour cameras could not see it. The infrared cameras could see it as clear as day. As you see, there'll be a glow, there we go, of the ball emerging from the ground. It then hovers, well, it attracts the attention of 2 helicopters that are about to appear from the right-hand side here. Here we go, the lower helicopter and the higher one. And as it does, it then races off onto the horizon. So fast it just almost blinks out. There it is, there it goes. Horizon to horizon.
There's a necessary equipment that we can actually see this, properly. For example, this is when person is walking very close to the ball of light, if you will. It's quite amazing piece of evidence. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, so I cannot show you this the conflict between the 2 type 2 civilization, the positive and the negative one, but it's all described in the books. And Using the fifth system in 2010, due to extensive downloads of high quality data, as I mentioned, over 5 terabytes, that equals the data in a computer world. The negative type 2 actually engaged in contact, and after few attempts they removed the contact or the alien implant that I had in the right part of my hemisphere. Those objects that you are seeing are the genuine ones that me and my wife actually took from Melbourne. My family was reporting strange sound, strange that someone is inside, and whenever I was actually tuning into the fifth system, Kundalini became active, everything started to go on a bad way, if you will. But nevertheless, understood pretty much of the mosaic, of the big picture, if you will, understood which ones are piloting which crafts and similar things. In a nutshell, what they are doing: ball of light comes, it multiplies, it creates a lot of orbs. Some of the ETs have mastered the plasma to a perfection. They can utilize the plasma to upload, download data from alien implant. They can extract energy and so on. Those are dividers, as you can see here. They can divide to millions. They are moving intelligently. It's just to show you that this is not a game.
Whoa, did you see that? This is upstate New York. As this orb comes out of the forest and scares the hell out of this fox. Keep your eye in the background. Here it comes. And he goes.
So definitely what we are seeing is that they control. This is how the astral space looks like. It's inundated. Every time when we sleep, not every time, but most of the time, the dreams that we are having most of the time are holographically projected by the orbs of light. And pretty much they're creating a hologram. Not enough time, unfortunately, but I will just squeeze this for short just to see what's happening. You see here a young couple, actually they're watching their baby sleeping on the other room through the baby monitor. There is a plasma ball of light which is orbiting the room. Unfortunately, as the time progresses, the boy becomes agitated. He starts to move away from the plasma ball, and eventually it ends up, we don't have the time to see the entire stuff. It comes to the point that the baby, it's agitated too much that it goes further away from the orb and hits the head in the wall, and that's when the mother actually jumps into the room. But the orbs was quite visible. In other words, they're utilizing the orbs to manifest certain emotional states during the astral dimension in order to collect certain emotional energy. Anyway, those are the plasma. So the plasma are collecting the emotional energy, the life force, and then they're picked up by those plasma sheets. And this is how those plasma sheets look like. This is the reality of the astral dimension. You don't see this when you're with the astral body, but when you move to a self-luminescent astral body, you can see quite easily. You see those like a sheets of plasma. Those sheets of plasma are collecting those small orbs. And then what's happening further? Those crafts come. They start to shoot beams of light, if you will, and they collect those sheets. And I have seen this thousands of times. The way we are using drones, they use plasma. The way we are using internet cameras, they can use plasma. They can literally program any plasma to do anything, anytime, any place. They are perfectly, and the main control system is at the moon. And those dark creatures are the ones that are controlling the show. That's why the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, 4 times closer than the sun. It creates a perfect Those ones are very dangerous. They can cause heart attack, a huge, massive plasmoids. They can direct our thoughts as much as they can. So who is in control? To summarize this part, and I have to go to the final part, planet Earth has become, after 12,000 years, planet Earth has become an elaborate zoo created by few hyper-intelligent alien species. Alien abduction programs, alien implant programs, alien hybridization programs, mind control, plasma orb surveillance, hacking and full control of the astral plane of planet Earth, and blocking the nexus and the awakening process of planet Earth. The shadow government is doing their own thing. They try to deal with the problem in their own way. But what we can do, we have to awaken. We have to understand that the first step in solving a problem is recognizing there is one, because the problem and the solution are not separated. We have to start to understand how to manifest DMT biochemical compound in our pineal gland, extend our experience, rise the Kundalini energy. As the Kundalini energy will activate, it will reactivate more of the DNA potential. The more DNA potential, the more we can actually resist what is happening. And like I said, the time is limited. There is not much that I can actually cover properly. But nevertheless, this is what I was shown, and this is the purpose of the entire program. Evolution of human consciousness. I hope the time will serve me well to finish this. Currently, in parallel with many other existing programs that humanity is not aware of, there is a covert alien genetic program that causes genetic mutation. How long is going to take until genetic mutation, or where the kids start to manifest very strong telepathic and telekinetic abilities, it's difficult to tell. It could be a few decades, it could be a few hundred years, it could be more than 1,000 years. It's not up to us. But it will happen, since the process of the genetic mutation or the subtle DNA reactivation has already begun. In 2011, in Northern England, the first official kid with a triple DNA was born. The more time will go, the more kids will be born with a triple DNA. They will not be interested in footy or sport or whatever. Their interest will be stars. In time, they will grow and they will intermix, and the new generation will be even more special. As these children will grow, they will start to experience and see things no one around them will. And that advantage will provide them higher knowledge and understanding. And pretty much we are seeing that there is an element which is separating from the old paradigm, if you will. They will understand that there is no point of harming animals. We are perfectly fine existing without consuming and harming them. They will start to master their chi energies. They tune into deep meditation and connect with everything there is, and it's already happening and it's progressing. And to remote viewing, astral traveling. So in order to understand where exactly this is going to lead, we need to go back at the beginning of the time for short. Everything that we see in the universe today originates from something that was created by the primal cosmic source, consciousness, or the great cosmic designer, if you will, at the beginning of time. The source consciousness, for purposes still unknown to us, left a freedom of choice in this universe by giving it two polarities, a light and darkness. Even today, these primal forces, a total opposite of each other, are still the primal impulses of all intelligent movement in the visible universe. Every second something is born and something dies, something is created and something is destroyed. Pretty much it's a cosmic balance, a dance between forces of darkness and forces of light. And the great cosmic consciousness, if you will, it's all around. One force pushes towards evolution, while the other one pushes against the evolution. This is important. Was the purpose of creating this universe to serve as an evolutionary catalyst, a school that conscious living forms would learn, mature, and evolve through a variety of cosmic experiences? Could it be that the primary source consciousness created this universe as a cosmic womb to deliver a new baby source consciousness, which is beyond our human understanding? Is the ultimate purpose of all existence giving birth to another gigantic cosmic consciousness that will learn, grow, mature, and evolve to the point where it will be capable of performing complex tasks that are beyond our human understanding? It's becoming obvious that during the eons of time, those two rival forces have grown to a point that if they want to keep this universe alive, there has to be a balance, and there is a balance in everything that we are seeing around the universe. This came out from the from the galactic core of the Milky Way, if you will. So the intelligence, the source consciousness is creating those. So there are many cosmic species living in the universe, and many of them discovered the psionic powers of the consciousness long before human species appeared on the cosmic scene, if you will. Some cosmic species use those powers for greater good and unselfish purposes in order for them and others to grow, while others for evil, selfish and destructive purposes. The ones that use the powers for evil were falling deeper into the darkness, slavery and misery. The more powerful they got abusing other species, the more they were lost in ultimate evil. However, some of the cosmic species that were using the powers of consciousness for greater good, as much as I was explained, evolved into something more profound. They have separated from the material phenomena and are now in a superior immaterial state of cosmic existence. It is very interesting that in most positive species that the process of conscious evolution started in a similar way, through their children being born different, advanced and more superior. The first, they become telepathic or psychokinetic, and then they slowly started to utilize more complex cosmic psionic powers of the consciousness. It is not about mind over matter, but it's more accurately mind over plasma. That's where the all energy comes from. To continue, it won't be long now. In time, like magnets, these children often start to be fascinated and attracted to each other and start gathering into groups. After a number of generations, things often progress to a stage that over 50% of children of certain species are born special. At this stage, these gifted children and young individuals feel that the next step is to explore the idea of making telepathic bond and uniting their powers. A form of experimentation begins. Relatively quickly, they realize that this meditative oneness is so powerful and so efficient that provides a lot higher insight of the hidden secrets of the universe and a strong connection to everything there is. This further leads towards longer and more extended fuse of the individual sparks of consciousness into one huge superconsciousness, until no individual consciousness wants to separate from the whole and wants to get back to the individual body. This is where the evolution is taking us. In the next stage, while their bodies will be in static, sitting, lying, standing, or levitating in a meditative trance, their consciousness will experience divine bliss inside the group, superconsciousness where there is no need for dominance or fight for equality, since millions or billions of individual sparks of consciousness are one and function as one. They will become a single entity, a single interconnected consciousness, as we ourselves are some of our myriad cells. From this stage, it usually does not take long when this oneness bonds with a mysterious driving force that was behind everything from the very start, a far more superior and gigantic cosmic consciousness. By now, this superior cosmic consciousness is a sum of so many cosmic species, and long ago it left the tyranny of the matter behind. Ever since, it was always trying to grow, extend its powers and awareness of the universe. It is conscious of intelligence everywhere. When it recognized that some species is almost ready, it sends its emissaries, genetic engineers, to do its bidding, to prepare the species for the ultimate transformation. In the final stage of the transformation process, a direct contact and bonding with a gigantic cosmic superconsciousness will be established. All those millions of species born in this universe, bonded in divine oneness, have been waiting for the new species to join them, and now the time is ripe for that to happen. In other words, at this final stage, the unity consciousness of the entire single species will be getting ready for the dimensional jump and the final metamorphosis with the cosmic consciousness. In other words, summarized, in most cases in the cosmos, the evolutionary process, as far as I was explained, of intelligent species will go through three phases. Phase 1 will be awakening and basic interconnection. Phase 2 will be higher interconnection, self-exploration, generation of universal knowledge, and testing the limits of its power and intelligence. And the final phase 3 will be ultimate interconnection, ultimate growth of power, intelligence, and ultimate oneness with the divine consciousness of cosmos. In the entire human planet Earth, in 7 billion population plus, I have found only one single reference. Arthur Clarke's Childhood End. Good stuff. In ancient past, the Lemurians were, as far as I was explained, came as closest to what was just described. That is why the ultimate intelligent darkness sent one of its armies, dark plasma creatures, to stop the fusing process with the consciousness of the cosmos that was almost in its final stages. In other words, what they were doing, that was the closest which some species can achieve. They were utilizing different devices to literally fuse their consciousness into oneness, and they were connected to this cosmic consciousness. And that's what the ET were saying. Still, after thousands of years, the conscious evolution of interconnected minds is emerging again. The process has begun and is happening within, and it's going to happen. In time, more and more special children will be born, and they will not be just special, they will be very special. They will not just be born with triple DNA, but they will manifest extreme psionic abilities. They will be able to see beyond the deception. And definitely they will feel the soul of the universe. And despite the fact that Earth and the entire solar system has been quarantined, they will push against that. They will understand the flower of life energy field and all the manifestation. They will release, they will interconnect with each other and eventually unleash power beyond the physical understanding and break free from the evil manipulation. In other words, they will bring the heaven on earth like once was in the time of Lemuria. And to end, the unconditional love is the internal vibration resonance of source consciousness that holds the fabric of the universe together. And through this program, I have given part of me, so to speak, the way I see the universe and the way I decode it and the way the information was passed to me. So I started 30 years ago with this approach. I honor that place in you where the universe resides, and when I'm that place in me and you are in that place in you, we are one. So thank you very much for your attention. Well appreciated.